say, yeah, if you don't face the east, I want to say Psalm 92, Shabbat Psalm.
Oh.
It's a good thing to give thanks to the Lord. El Shaddai Lahenu, Boleha Botenu, Abiyama Mabiyiska, Babiyako, Ataka Dos, Shemega Pados, Balu Shemega, Along my head. It's a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises to our name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument of 10 strings and upon the sorcery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither does a fool understand this. But the wicked spread the grass, and when all workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, O Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Lord, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall I exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eyes also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. He shall flow like a cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. There is no unrighteousness in him. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Tolateka, Baruch Kedushateka, El Shaddai Elek, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok Olam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kavod Makuto Olam Mahe, Baruch Kavod Elohim Bin Kumon Melekeyom, Baruch Olam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Man, like I was talking to, man, we gotta get with God, man. We have to get with God. Get with God. How do we get with what is right by God? We have to follow these laws and do the things that we know to be lawful and right by God. But people look at this as a joking matter. People look at this as a joking matter. Read the book, look up the words that you come in contact with in the book, and it has to correlate with what you read without adding on and taking away. One of the definitions for work, it means to cease from activity.
Activity covers a lot.
It means to cease from activity. There was no activities going on today. None. God gave Moses strict commands to tell the people to remain in their tents. Because you ain't going to find no manna out here. Don't come out here looking for no manna. We ain't traveling. We ain't going nowhere. There's no traveling going on. Everything's sitting still. The cattle sat still. The curves and everything sat still.
Nothing got worked. No animal got worked.
But according to your deeds and your actions towards God, is how God is going to open you up towards his laws. According to how fervent and truthful you is and the faithfulness that you have in you towards God, God will open you up towards his laws. You will understand more. You fail to realize that, man. And there's something that you are doing in your life. To cause God to block you. Cause God to cloud your vision towards certain things in this book. I speak about it all the time, man. I speak about it all the time. But people refuse. They can't sit in these seats for 3-4 hours. Some fall asleep. Some said it's boredom. But if you talking like that with that mindset, then you haven't came to serve God with joyfulness of heart. You ain't come to Sabbath to observe the Sabbath day with joyfulness of heart. You ain't come to God's appointed times with joyfulness of heart, with these type of thinking. You ain't come to serve this God then, man. Why you here? To spread this disease and plague amongst the rest of the people. Why? Like I said, one of the definitions is to cease from activities. Do I need to go any further? The only activity that's supposed to be going on is the congregation of the people coming together to speak about holy things. Nothing else.
That's the service. That's it.
That's the only service that's supposed to be going on today. But you know why you can't see that? You know why you can't see past your nose? Because you think like them. You move like them. Subsequently means to have the same views of. You the same like these rest of these paganistic Israelites. That's why they all bald. That's why they all got shaved faces. That's why they all move according and contrary to what God says. Bearing burden is when you, what is a burden is anything carried. My God. It don't take a degree to know what a burden is. It's anything that is carried. Don't take no degree, man. In Exodus 16, it says Hekinu. If you read the book, you're going to run past the word. In the Hebrew, it means Hekinu. You know what Hekinu means? It means to arrange. So there's no setting up or no chairs going on Shabbat. Hekinu means to prepare. Whatever is set up, leave it as that. The chairs are set up. Oh, you want to sit at the table? Then make sure in the back of the congregation, there's a table set up. Have it there set up already. So all you got to do is take your chairs and move and put it towards the table. Where do I find this at? Where do we find these things at? In the book. In the book. In the book. But the people we have today as teachers are no teachers. We don't have teachers today. I said, we don't have teachers today. You know why? Because this is what a teacher does. Huh? You want to know what a teacher does? Damn pagans. Yeah. A teacher makes you know the disagreeable consequences of your actions against God. A teacher instructs by precepts, examples, or experience. You want to play games? So you dudes is not teachers, man. Because we continue to teach the people fairy tales and lies like they right with God. We refuse to show the people their sins and their iniquities. Afraid of how people gonna think. Afraid of how people gonna think about you. So you refrain from teaching people and telling people where they are coming short at. You know how long I seen this? You know how long I seen this? I seen this from back in the days with my father, where he go up there and teach the law, and he gets attacked, spoke about, controversy stir up. People want to have meetings, but it's all in the book. What is there to have a meeting about eating blood and fat? What is there to have a meeting about profaning the Sabbath day? There's no meeting should be a accord. Should be going down. We want to have meeting against the person or man that is preaching and teaching and emanating righteousness towards God. So the best thing to do is to separate yourself from these type of people. You can't force nobody to think and move like you. You can't force nobody to think and move like you. So I got to separate myself. God don't force nobody to do nothing they don't want to do. But by all means, my household gonna serve God. And everybody in my household gonna serve this God by hook or crook. Ahab was visited by God. You know why? You know why?
This is very important.
You know why? This is very important.
What you're about to say is very important.
Very important. Ahab was visited by God. You know why? Because he had an unruly wife. This unruly wife that King Ahab had, her name was Jezebel. Why I call her unruly? Because her actions towards God was unruly. Her actions towards God was contrary. People don't fail to realize that when your actions is contrary to God, you're evil. That's what makes you evil, man. When you go against God, that's what makes you evil. When you go against his laws, that's what makes you evil. But people don't move on God's law the way they're supposed to move on it because it depends on how important it is to you. It depends on how important it is to you. So it's not moved in an aggressive way immediately. What? I don't understand people, man. Why people don't move in an aggressive way with God when it's concerning God? Because you don't believe this. If you don't believe, why are you here, man? Why are you here if you don't believe this? Why are you here if you really don't want to do this? Stop wasting people's time. Look, if you ain't wasting people's time, stop wasting your time. This is a platform to show people where they're coming short at with God. That's what this platform is here for. This is why we congregate every Shabbat, because guess what? We didn't have to do all this if we had prophets and the priests. We didn't have to do all this. We go to the priest, we go to the prophet, and they will they will tell you and show you where you're going wrong at with God. What I should be doing, what I shouldn't be doing. I'm not no prophet, and I'm not no priest, but teachers are used to show the people the way to serve God. If the teacher is sincere in serving God, the teacher gonna show you. He ain't gonna hold back. All you gotta do is pay attention and learn. Don't disassemble in your heart. Don't reject it in your heart. And that's what people do. They sit, they listen, and then they reject because it don't soothe you. Who are you? Why do you think of yourself so highly that you think you got the cojones to reject what God said? That you think you got the courage and the strength to reject what God says. You need to rule your spirit, man. Rule your spirit, rule yourself, and bend to the will of God. Bend to the will of God. Things that is done contrary to these laws supposed to be moved on immediately. That's why in the book it says Shamar. Shin Mem Resh means to be on guard. To be on guard for who? For God. Everything concerning God and his laws. But one thing my father used to always say, he said, hey, easy. It's not for you.
Leave him alone.
He said it's not for him.
Yeah, leave him alone.
Or it's not for her.
Don't tell him no.
It's not for that person to get strong or get strength and push towards God. It ain't for her to be strong and go and push for God. This is not for everybody. That's why people's actions and movements is different. People's actions and movements is different. What the Psalm says. He said, it is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High. So when you feel that type of way, wholeheartedly, you're going to make constant bending. You're going to be constantly bending towards God. You're going to be constantly prostrating yourself towards God. Why? Because that's all part of ruling your spirit and changing your mind, changing your thinking pattern. All that got to change when you come to serve God. Your thinking pattern is number one because everything starts here. Everything starts here. Everything starts in the mind. Before I voiced my rejection for God's law, it came here. It came here. I am your guide. You understand that? God is my guide. So if God is guiding me, I would not reject nothing that I read in the book. Because number one, in order not to reject God, you have to accept God as your guide. By saying that, I done said a mouthful. Okay? We're going to jump down the line. We're going to climb the ladder. All right? In order for you to accept the book, you have to accept God as being your guide. In order to accept what your husband said, you got to accept what your husband as being your guide. In order to accept what your father said and what your father said, you have to accept him as being your guide.
That's right. Makes sense.
Why I skipped mother. Oh, you dishonor your mother, you disrespect your... No. God didn't look at mothers as being guides. The fathers was a guide. The father was the one that guides the house, instructed the house. Once the father is gone, the guide and the instructor is gone. Now the guide goes down to the first oldest. He begins to guide and carry on and guide through the instructions of what he was instructed by his father.
Respected. That's right.
He said to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. What is that? He said you show your loving kindness in the morning and your faithfulness every night. How do I show my loving kindness in the morning? When you get up, you set up your prayers. When you get up, you set up your prayers. And you ain't getting up when you want to get up. It's a certain time when that offering goes up. So you get up and you send up your offering and send up your prayers. At evening, in the nighttime, you get up and you send up your prayers. That's your loving kindness and your faithfulness every night going up before God. He said, upon the instrument of 10 strings and upon the sorcery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. You hear what David said? David is happy and joyful through the works of God. Through God's works. Through his laws. Through his commandments. Through his statutes. Through God's testimonies. These are the things that gladden King David's heart. He said, oh Lord, how great are thy works? How great is the work of God? How great is the work of God, man? When you read Genesis 1, his work and his creation is awesome. His work and his creation is awesome. Created an earth where there was no earth. There was nothing there. That's why he's a God. To create. To establish something. To create something from nothing. There was no earth. It was just darkness. And waters. That's it. He said the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And God said, he said, let there be light. All these creations came about through the commandment of God, by God speaking it. So I don't add nothing to the command of God, to the creation of God, because God, that's why he created the sun after the herb of the field started to grow. So that you don't say photosynthesis and the greenhouse effect had a part in growing up these greens. The grass and the herb yielding seed, that was created first. And then after that, the sun came.
All the green was there, right?
We serve a good God. We serve a great God. We serve a jealous God. Someone asked me, if he's a God, then why do God have emotions? Emotions. That. I thought only man has emotions. Someone on my job asked me that because we was talking about the book. And I said, man, I serve a God. I serve a merciful God, a compassionate God, a jealous God. So he said, if he's a God, then how come this God that you serving has man's emotions? I said, because in order for God to love you, you got to have emotion, right? Don't you say God is love?
No, come on.
I'm going to go into your field.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't you say God is love?
That's how you get
Oh,
that.
yeah. I said, so is love, huh? That's in the church.
Okay.
That's what people say in the church. God is love. I said, but that's a
statement.
That's a statement that is said that people use in the church. So I used their own statement against them. I said, didn't you say God is love? He said, yeah. I said, what is love? Love is an emotion, right? So God, if he's love, he also gets angry.
That's right.
And if he also gets angry, he also can have pity and mercy on you. And if he also can have pity and mercy on you, he also can get angry at you for being unfaithful against his will.
That's right.
He said, oh, he shut his mouth. He shut his mouth.
Sometimes you got to go in there.
Sometimes you got to go in their field when they start speaking like that. He said, oh Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. Your thoughts are very deep. Right? 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 It says intellectual depth and insight. Right? Intellectual depth and insight. God had that. What does that mean when you have intellectual insight and depth? That's how you'll be able to know you. That's how God is able to try your heart and your heart. Isn't that what the adversary had? He had keen insight, and he knew by me approaching Adam, Adam is not going to buck. I can go and give Adam this in and try. He had keen insight, and he knew that he could have got and penetrated Eve. That's why he went to Eve. Strategized. I said, God had that insight. And he's able to try a man's heart and try a woman's heart to know what that man or that woman had in them. Do you have it in you to serve this God? Or do you not have it in you to serve this God? It's either or. That's what God had, man. He said, your thoughts are very deep. Huh? He said, a brutish man. Know it not. What is a brutish man? What is a brutish man? A brutish man lacks understanding. A brutish man lacks understanding. Huh? He lacks understanding. Know it not, right? Neither does a fool understand this. Not everybody is going to be able to understand these laws, commandments, and statutes. That's why when you come up and you explain and elaborate on the laws and the commandments of God, you have people that has acquired or that have a different mindset. They have a different mindset to where they don't see it the way read in the book. They look at you and say, it's wrong. I don't agree with that. I don't get it. Why would this and this? And they start asking questions. They start asking questions that you yourself don't have an answer to because God never gave an answer for the question that you're asking. So you got to be careful with these questions that you're asking if God didn't give an explanation, which means these are things that are not to be asked. These are things that it's not for us to know. Read it, agree with it, push forward. Read it, agree with it, push forward. Push, man. Push. This is we supposed to be pushing for dear life. Push like it's your last. Keep pushing and keep pushing. Don't ever stop pushing. Never stop pushing towards righteousness. Never stop pushing towards these laws. It's not no game, man. And majority of the people today that call themselves Israelites, they look at this way of life as a game. They look at this way of life as a game. That's why they'll have a son. They'll have a son, and the son is 5 years old, 4 years old, with a haircut. My father used to look at certain people and say, man, why you skin back your head like that, man? Why you skin your head like that, Nocon? Why? Read the book, man. Why you skin back your head like that, man? You don't read what the book says. You don't read what the law says. It says payat. Roshekem. Payat is a side section, lock, or curl of your head. So you should not skim off a side section, lock, or curl of your head. That's in the law. That's nowhere in the English. But Israelite skips over that verse. I said, wicked Israelites, skip over the verse. We skip over it to soothe ourselves. To soothe ourselves. To continue going to the barbershop, sitting in that barber seat, skinning back your head. To continue sitting in the barbershop, shaving off your face and corrupting your face, your beard. Because when it said he didn't, 2 Samuel, when it said Mephibosheth did not trim his beard. In the Hebrew, it says not Zaquan, it says Safam. He did not trim his mustache. They didn't trim their beard. But we want to be choosy with what we want to look up in the Hebrew. I looked this up in the Hebrew to find out the clearness of this. But this over here, look, Israelites have chosen to be bald. Nice long locks, beautiful. Next thing, the brother bald. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. You add some oil on it, you can see yourself on his bald head. You see yourself. Look like a damn clown. A clown. You gotta be a clown once you start going against this God. Gotta be a clown. Gotta be a clown. You bugging, man. You bugging, man. They will talk this foolishness about Israel. What is this state? There's one fool here. I went to go see one, but first before he talked, what is the state of Israel today? I said, man, if you don't get out, man, what state of what Israel? Look. I said, look around, you tell me the state of Israel.
Just look around.
Look.
Yeah.
You know the book, right? I said, just look around and you tell me what the state of Israel is. What are you looking for? My confirmation? I ain't nobody. I ain't nothing. I ain't nothing. You know what's going on. I see you got your beard and your hair on your head. Why you don't cut it? The book, I can't cut my hair. We had barbershops in the book, Bob. I said, so why you didn't tell him? Why you are not telling that, brother? Don't y'all go to the same camp? Why are you allowing this? So there you go, the state of Israel. We didn't have repass.
What's that?
We didn't have repass. Dude died. We got together. We buried him, mourned, and that's it. No ceremonies. No eulogy. No tombstone. You know the book speaks about tombstones? And guess what? Ain't no damn tombstone at my father's grave head.
Nope. Make sure that.
Ain't no tombstone at my father's grave head.
Take charge of everything.
Take charge of everything. No tombstones. The book says a matzeba, a tombstone, a statue, a monument. You know what the monument is? In loving memory of.
Anything put up.
He had 13 kids in this world, and he was, I don't want a written document. That's what that is. From sunrise to sunset. Go ahead with that. We didn't have that. All that is the custom of the heathens, the custom of the nations, man. When are we going to learn and lean towards our customs? Why is it so hard for us to lean towards God, the customs that we read in the book, man? So just the way you see me talking is the state of Israel today. I'm not happy. It's not good. We find it hard to lean towards the customs of God. And that's why you had children growing up. They're growing up. And by what the parents are showing them, they think it's okay to cut their hair and shave their face. Walk around in suit and tie like that was a custom and our attire to be dressed like. Don't tell me that's not a foreign attire. Our forefathers ain't dress up in suit and tie, man. We didn't have on tuxedos. That ain't never existed. Learn the history of a tie. There's a history behind the tie. Has nothing to do with Israel. Do your homework. I'm not even gonna tell you. Do your homework of the ties and the collar shirts. Do your history. Study. And stop following in the customs of these people with their attires and everything about these people, man. It said when the wicked springs as the grass. This is a heavy verse, man. Because a lot of people that is not sure in God ask this question. People that's not sure about what they're doing ask this question. I'm in Psalms 92 if you want to know where I'm at. I'm in Psalms 92, verse 7. I done went off into the chapter without saying where I was at. Right? It said when the wicked spring as the grass. Give me an example of when the wicked springs the grass. Michael Jordan.
Rich,
wealthy, rich, billionaire.
A lot of money.
Kyrie Irving.
Very famous. Respected everywhere.
LeBron James.
Renowned.
Elon Musk.
These are the people that follow these people's lives.
Huh? All these people got money, but they don't serve God. So what makes that? What that makes these people? Wicked. Who am I? Who am I? I don't have the status of Abraham. I ain't got Abraham's status. But the only reason why Abraham prayed for the Sodomites to spare the city because his nephew was there. And so he said, if there's any righteous in that land, he asked God to spare the city because of them. God said, yeah, I will spare them if there's any righteous in that land. If there's 10, 50, 40, any amount of righteous there, then you know what? As Abraham started to go on, he said, ask God. He asked God. He said, can I speak just this once? Can I speak just this once? Because now you don't want to keep pushing on.
You don't want to keep pushing the issue.
And you see, that's the honor that Abraham had for God. And by that shows you the honor that we should have towards our parents.
Same thing.
I gotta ask my parents. I already said my piece. You know, yo, Ima, can I speak just this once? Can I say one thing, Ima? And you know what? There was some times that when I asked Ima, can I say one more thing? Ima said, no. I don't want to hear it. Just do what I said. That's it. Enough of it. That's it. I was like, okay, Ima. Walk off.
Like God told me.
And go do what Mama said.
I don't want to hear it no more.
I don't want to hear it no more. That's it. Okay, it is what it is, Mama Love. You got this. You got this. In order not to go to the pit, we have to follow these customs and statutes and standards that God has set up here. All right? He said, when the wicked springs as the grass, that's all these famous people with money. Yeah, they wicked because they don't serve God. Once you don't serve God, you're wicked. There's people that don't have that mentality. Once you don't serve God, you're wicked. You understand that? You're wicked. Right? And when all the workers of iniquities do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. God is only allowing these people to flourish, because that's their destiny. That's their lot. That's their portion.
That's their inheritance.
That's their inheritance.
So they're not going to believe you.
So they're going to flourish. They're going to flourish. Why? He said because it's because they're going to be destroyed forever. Right? He said, but thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. He said, you God forever. Forevermore means for eternity. Till thy kingdom come. There's no end. Infinite. He said, for lo thy enemies, O Lord. For lo thine enemies shall perish. God's enemies. How do you become God, an enemy of God? How? How do you become an enemy of God? When you don't stand for his commandments, when you don't stand for his laws, when you don't stand for his statutes, his commandments, and his laws. And when you stand for it, you got to make it be known. When you stand for something, you're going to make it be known. That's why people don't stand and make certain things known, because you don't stand for God. You're not really for God, man. You got to break that ice. I said you got to break that ice. Break it. Break yourself, man. He said, all the workers of iniquities shall be scattered, divided, in the Hebrew it said. And when you look up the word divide, right, it means divergence is when two things split from one another. There's a division between us and God. That's what caused the division between us and God. Sin, iniquities. When we transgress against the commandment of God, now he starts to cause you to lean towards your own heart's lust. Now he calls you to disagree with what is lawful and right according to what we read in the book. He said, but my horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eyes also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. Huh? He He said, the righteous shall flourish, shall blossom. Shall flourish, shall blossom. Right? Like the palm tree. When a person blossoms, they develop good, attractive, successful qualities according to the laws of God. All right? You see, he shall grow, he shall increase like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. Right? They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there's no unrighteousness in him. You're not going to find nothing that is unrighteous that God accept or agree with.
Right.
Nothing that God accept or agree with is wrong.
He sets the standard.
God is the one that set the standard, not you. You don't determine what is right. You don't determine what is good. You don't determine what is evil. That's why you need to watch yourself disagreeing with what you read in the book. That's one of the things that will distance me personally. Once I start seeing disagreements towards God, that distance starts to put, and wedges start to become build. Wedges and distance starts to build between me and you. Space. I want to hit this other part. In 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 21. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 21. He said, the Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness. It said repay or to recompense. The God has repaid me according to my righteousness. According to what I put out, that's how God gonna deal with you. According to the wickedness that I put out, that's how God is gonna deal with you. Which means nothing happened for nothing in life. Everything that happens in your life is because you brought it to yourself. You brought it to yourself with the works of your own hands. All right? So when things happen, you question yourself. Question yourself and ask yourself why. Question yourself and ask yourself why. Why? We don't do that. You know why? Because you're not on yourself. You're not on yourself. You're not on point with yourself to where you can say, well, listen, this didn't happen for nothing. This is happening because of my shortcomings with God. He said, according to the cleanness of my hands, how he recompensed me. What is the cleanness of my hand? And it ain't talking about dirt.
No.
Clean from sin. Clean from iniquity. Clean from froward thoughts. Clean from froward thoughts. And these froward thoughts that is against God, against the Creator. He said, for I have kept the ways of God. I have kept the ways of God and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments was before me. And as for his statutes, I did not depart from them. Who could say that? Who could say that today, man? That they have kept all the ways of God. That's some heavy words. He said, and have not wickedly departed from my God. Which means King David didn't sin presumptuously. He was an upright and perfect man with God. He was a man with the mentality of God. He thought like God. He moved like God. David was a hell of a man, man. King David was a hell of a man. He said, I was also upright before him. Right? I was also upright before him. Now, verse 24, right? The word for upright, it says tamim. You know what tamim means? Perfect. He said, King David, was perfect before God. I was faultless. Isn't that one of the laws that God said, thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy? Means be like me. And the only way to be holy is to follow he gave us holy laws, so that we could be a holy people unto him. Because that's the only time when we could have became the apple of God's eye. He said, the apple of my eye. He said, a nation that I had took to myself, my inheritance, my possession. And in order for God to take you and accept you, I have to be in a certain manner. I have to be a certain way. I have to be a certain way in order for God to accept you. Realize something. Just like your wife. You don't snatch up every and any woman to be your wife. What people say, wifey material. You got to be a certain way. And I have to see certain things in you in order for certain qualities, in order for me to look at you as a wife. And I ain't going to leave the men out. I ain't going to leave the men out. Old man, you have to be a certain way, old man, to be that woman's husband. Yeah. You got to have certain qualities and certain standards to be that woman's husband, to be able to guide this woman towards righteousness, towards God. So there's a standard that is required by man and woman. There's a way that we need to be before God. And the only way to learn how we need to be before God, we gotta read this book. It's in the book, man. Read it and start putting it to work. Read it and start putting it to work. If you believe it, if you have accepted that, hey, I need to change. You know, majority of the people have not accepted with themselves that they need to change things about themselves. Come on, man. He said, I was upright before him and had kept myself from mine iniquity. He held himself back from his desires, from his own iniquities. He didn't follow through with it. Right? Therefore the Lord hath recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness in his eyesight, according to the cleanness not in your eyesight, but in God's eyesight. According to the cleanness in God's eyesight. And that's what counts. According to what God said is good. That's what counts. That's what counts. Not what you think is good. Not what you say is wrong. Not what you like. According to what God said is good. according to what God said is wrong, according to what God like. That's what we need to start looking at it as. And that's how I look at things now. Don't tell me a person is wrong if he ain't violate God. Well, I don't see no sin or no iniquity or no wrong in this matter because God never said it was wrong. God never said it was wrong. But people come and say, but it's not right. Because your terminology of what is good and right and your view of what is good and right is not according to how God views it. It's not according to this. So I don't want to hear it. He said, with the merciful, thou wilt show thyself merciful. Right? Kasid, Het, Samek, Yod, Dalit. With the merciful, come from the word Kasidim. Kasad means the pious ones. The righteous, with the faithful, the saints, the pious ones. There's a certain way God deals with the righteous. There's a certain way God deals with his saints. There's a certain way God deals with the pious ones. In the same way that God deals with these type of people is not going to be according to how he deal with you. Because you are not righteous. You're not pushing towards being pious. You're not pushing towards God looking at you and calling. Look, you know what kind of title that is? Moses said something about Aaron in one of the songs. He said the saints of what? Of the Lord. Talking about Aaron, man. Don't worry about what Aaron did at the grounds of Mount Sinai. Don't worry about that. And he didn't even die for that. Aaron, the high priest, did not die for that. You know why he died? Because of what Moses said. Moses did not sanctify the name of God. Moses died. Aaron died. Miriam died. Moses said, I sent those three people to you. Yeah. Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. I ain't never read in the book where Miriam even had a husband. That woman ain't had no husband, man. Which means their mind wasn't on having a husband. Or now, women's minds are not on having husbands. Men's minds are not on having wives. They just want to have sex. But you know what a female said? You know what a female said? Because since y'all don't want to listen to men, you know what a female said, Eva? The female said, the reason why you, sister, you know why you can't bond with this man? Because you're bonding and you're exchanging and your bonding begins and starts when you have sex. People don't understand that. You don't understand that, right? Sex. So now that's what binds. Intimacy is what binds the woman to the man. Personal affection. So she gets all into you. Whatever happens, y'all break up. You jump to one man. You get intimate with this guy. Same thing. And now you don't, by the time you decide to get married, you don't have 20, 30 guys. Now I have different views, different, everything different about you. Now I'm afraid. I'm afraid. And she's right. I don't have the exact quotation and the exact word what the woman said, but she is right. A woman said that. She said, this, what happens to the woman, you know what she said? It don't happen to men. That don't happen to men. Because, she said, because we are too different people. You're a female,
Male
that's
and
a
female.
man. Your reaction towards this certain situation is going to be a different reaction towards what that man is. I'm going to find it. And what she said was 1,000% right. You don't want to agree with men, right? Now you have women coming up and speaking the truth and saying certain things and telling you why you think like this. Because women have a tendency of disregarding what man said. You need another woman to tell this woman this. And that's what's going on now. And the woman be so hard and stiff-necked that she'll reject the guy. She'll reject what the woman said.
Yeah,
you dangerous, sister. Please stay away from me.
Anything
concerning
submission.
Yeah.
Any type of submission or obedience.
Yeah.
You got a problem with it.
Got a problem with it. That was hard, man. Hard. He said, what? He said, with the merciful, thou will show thyself merciful. How you want to be dealt with in mercy and you don't have no mercy? However you deal with people is how it's going to return back. That's how God going to deal with you, man. That's how God is going to deal with you. He said, and with the upright man, thou will show thyself upright, right? With the pure, thou will show thyself pure. What is pure? What do you mean by being pure? Clean. That's what it means. Clean from sin. Pure in thoughts. Even your thoughts is not against God. Forward thoughts separates you from God. When you conjure up thoughts in your head that is against what God says, that is against what the book says, God would distance himself from you. You would be estranged. Like my estranged wife. There's no more connection between a man and his estranged wife. No more connection. That's how it's going to be with you and God. There's no connection between you and God because you done made yourself estranged by God because you sinned and you turned on him.
You're not familiar with him.
Exactly. He said, with the pure, thou will show thyself pure. And with the froward, thou will show thyself unsavory. The word for unsavory is patal. Patal means to twist or wriggle. What happens? Have you ever what happens when you go into a stroke? What happens when you go into a stroke? Your body twists up. You're gonna stroke you up, man. Your body twists. I seen people go into a stroke. One mouth twisted one way, the one side twisted one side regular. Can't use the one side because God done stroke you up. Those are not normal plagues. Those are not normal things that happen to people. When certain things happen, it is a sign to tell you that I have offended God. I offended God. There are certain punishments that go down, man, that you'll be able to say, well, no, this is not regular because God spoke about it. You offended God, man. And he's angry at you. And this is the reaction to it. Let's go to Genesis chapter 38. You're going to ride on. Genesis 38.
Genesis chapter 38.
Uh-huh.
And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adulamite whose name was Hira.
Mm-hmm.
And Judah saw there
Judah turned from his brethren and turned into a certain Adulamite whose name was Hira. Judah ain't had to worry about following the manners and the customs of Hira, the Adulamite. The Adulamite followed Judah. We are so weak with God that we go out and we start following everybody. Go ahead, read.
And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her
He took her
and went in unto her.
and went in unto her.
And she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name
He took her and went in unto her. Right? Go ahead.
And
She conceived and bare a son.
And called his name
Called his name means to awake. Go ahead.
And she conceived again and
She
bare a
conceived
son.
a son and bare a
She
son.
called his name Onan.
Onan. When you look up the definition of Onan, it means the masturbator. Go ahead.
And she yet again conceived and bare a son.
And bare a son.
And called his name Shelah.
Shelach means to give. Shelach. I gotta check it out. I think if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead, read.
And he was at
Kizeb.
when she bare him.
She bare him.
And Judah took a wife for his firstborn.
Do you know that our forefathers took the wives for the men?
Yeah.
Sometimes you had the sons that went out and got their own wives. Sometimes. And sometimes the fathers got the wives for the men.
Sure.
The woman never chose their husbands.
No. They never did so.
The woman never chose their husbands. The fathers went out, got the husband for their daughters. Now we have grown so thick and accustomed to the customs of the heathens. Okay, what custom is this? Have we ever seen this custom in the book? Have you ever read this custom in the book where I approach a woman and I get on one knee and I have a small little blue box? I look up at her in adornment and admiration. Will you marry me? And the girl look at her, yes. Oh my God, yes. And she's crying. Where we read this at, man? Where? In the God's grave. Where do we read this at? Look, it's not in the book. The ring symbolizes the wedding band of the sun.
That's right.
It's a hieroglyphic symbol.
The Egyptian sun god.
The Egyptian sun god. Do your studies before you get into things.
This is how you get bonded to other gods.
And this is how you get bonded and coupled and joined to
Roll
other
on.
gods. Because you follow their customs. You follow their ways. You follow their traditions. You follow their habits. You follow their practices.
That's the problem.
Where we read that at,
What
man?
ended me?
The only thing that we should be having is a feast. A feast.
So big.
One brother said, if we had divorce papers out, don't you think we should have marriage papers? I wanted to pick up a chair and crack him over his head, man. I said, where you see marriage papers at? If you could show me in the book where we had marriage papers, then I would agree with it. This is my basis of findings. This is what I go by. This is my standards. I ain't never read where we had marriage papers. So don't tell me nothing about no marriage papers. The only type of paper we had was divorce papers. When the husband wrote a Sefer Kiditut, which means a book or a letter of cutting off. We didn't read about marriage papers. And then men and women with the same mindset as Americans. Oh, it's a good man. Good. Blessings to you, brother, man. Good. The sister crying, everybody crying, men happy, women crying, they happy. They're all heathens, man. Because they delight in hedonistic ways. Because they delight in American ways. And that's what make you a blasted heathen against God. So people look at me and say, well, why are you angry? Oh my God, he's so angry. No, I ain't angry. I'm angry for God.
Imagine how angry God is.
Huh? I say I'm angry for God. I show emotions for God. Look at me as Samuel the prophet. Yeah, I'm Samuel the prophet in the book. You see what Samuel did to Agag, right? He was jealous for God. He was jealous for God. And when God didn't accept Saul, guess what? He said, God rejected you. He said, and because God rejected you, I'm rejecting you too. Then after you read on, he said, Samuel cried all night for God. So don't look at me like I'm a weirdo.
But they rejected God.
Don't look at me. You people are out of your cotton picking mind. You are out of your mind.
Talk to him. Talk to him. Talk to him.
Out of your mind. Women walking around with wedding bands and wedding rings. Men got on wedding bands.
Wedding band, the double one too, the two. Yeah, man. Egyptian, ancient pagan sun worship.
Do your studies, man, and know what you're doing. The wedding band represents, is an honor of the sun god. It is a hieroglyphic symbol. And then it explains about this specific finger.
That finger.
Because it's a reason why. I'm not telling you nothing.
Find out.
Go read and go study. Why is the wedding band put on this specific finger called the ring finger?
It's a paganistic reason why.
It's a paganistic reason why, man.
That's correct.
But we have not came and decided to serve God 100% wholeheartedly. That's why we mix the cultures of the Americans. That's why we mix the cultures of the Africans. That's why we mix the cultures of the Persians and Canaanites. Because we ain't 100% wholeheartedly, we haven't 100% wholeheartedly come to serve God. So I can't let go of my past. I can't let go of my past and denounce my past. You people are out of your mind, man. Let's go, man. Let's read.
Verse 6. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar.
Whose name was Tamar.
And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord slew him.
It said, Judah's firstborn, was wicked. He was evil in the sight of God. And this is the reason why God killed him.
That's it.
It never specified what did that God said was wicked and evil. But he was evil before God. He was wicked before God, so God killed him. We serve a God that what? That hated what?
Iniquity.
We serve a God that hate iniquity, man. We serve a God that hate iniquity. And God is not going to start hating you if you listen. God ain't going to start hating you if you don't sin.
No.
In order for God to hate you, you got to transgress. You got to sin. Because sin is a vitiated state of human nature in which the self becomes estranged from God.
So what you do now is just natural to you. Yeah.
So what we do now is natural. Woman, men, children, our nature is sin. It's iniquity. our mentality and the way we think is sinful.
Leans towards sin.
And it leans towards sin. It leans towards transgressing the covenant and the commandments of God. You know what vitiated means? To be defective.
Ooh.
Defective. And once something is defective, I don't want it no more. It's no good. And that's why you get blocked. That's why God built a hedge and built a wall. So there's no more connection between me and you. Nothing to do with you. Come on, man. We taking this for a joke. We taking this for a joke. Go ahead, read.
Verse 8. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife.
Okay.
And
She is still your brother's wife. The only reason why Onan is going in to his brother's wife is to raise up seed for his dead brother that God killed, so that his name don't get put out. He didn't have no son. After he did that, it's not for him to continue sexing her.
No, that was the only purpose. Right?
That was the only purpose, was to raise up seed. After I go into her, she get pregnant, and she give forth that seed to in honor of her husband. That's it. But the only way this happened, these brothers had to live together.
That's the Lord. That's the Lord.
Me, you, this wife, all three of us living. This guy, he dies without having a son. According to God, according to what the Lord said, I have to go into his wife and raise up seed in honor or in the name of my dead brother. That seed is not mine. That's not my son. That's my brother's son.
Right.
Look ahead, read. Let's see.
And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass.
Onan knew. I said, Onan knew that seed was not going to be his. That's not your son, homeboy. Because after you go into her and she raise up seed for your son, she going to go, that's it. She going to go live all her life as a widow.
That's correct.
The husband is dead. So Onan knew that the seed should not be his. Go ahead.
And it came to pass when he went in
And it came to pass when he went into her,
unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground.
he went into her. And when he had the urge and the feelings to ejaculate, and he pulled out.
They call that the pull out.
He pulled out and spilt the semen on the ground. He corrupted it.
He
prevented it. He ruined it. He corrupted it, lest he should give seed to his brother. Go ahead, read.
And the thing which he did displeased the Lord. Wherefore he slew him also.
It said the thing that Onan did was
Displeased
evil.
the Lord. That's right.
The thing
Evil.
that Onan did was evil to God. Again, the book tells us what is evil. The book tells you what is good. Stop looking at things in your outlook and how you look at it.
Throw that in the garbage.
How you look at it don't count. How I look at it don't count. You know what counts? How God looks at it. How God looks at it is how I look at it. That's it. There's no other way to look at a certain thing. Look at things. Only according to how God looks at it. That's what counts. It said the thing which he did displeased the Lord. Wait for he slew him also. Right? Then said Judah to Tamar, his daughter-in-law. He said, remain a widow. Remain a widow. Right? Very rare to find widows today, man. Very rare. It's hard to find widows today. I saw one girl, I was watching the movie where her husband died and she didn't get over her husband. So the friend said, well, girl, you're going to stay here and pan yourself and girl, let's move on. You got to find you something else, girl. Come on, man, leave that woman alone. Let her mourn her husband, man. Let her mourn her man. And if she decides to stay to herself after her husband died, that's honor and respect shown towards that woman. You know the level and the position you have with God from being a widow? God said, if that widow cry out to me, he said, man, I'm going to kill you with the sword. He said, I'm going to make your sons fatherless. And your wives going to be widows. Yeah. 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 Widows hold a certain grounds with God. That's right. Oh, man. 11? Yeah, okay. He said, remain a widow at thy father's house. Remain a widow at thy father's house till Shelah, my son, be grown. For he said, lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. There's no guarantee that Shelah is going to do the right thing. He said, listen, just stay at your father's house till after my son grow. That is an example. I said, that's an example. You know why I say that's an example? Because they didn't marry men and women off in their youth that young. Sheila was too young to marry off. And if they dealt like that with the men, they dealt like that with the woman. They didn't start snatching up the girls 12, 13. You mother? People that say that, use a pedophile and get away from me talking like that. Woman was married at 10, 11, and 12 years old. You're crazy. You're out your mind. I don't want to hear it. When the woman, shalom, brother. When the woman got married off, when the men got married off, it was a grown man. Grown. He said, Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, when it said process of time, years went by. Right? Right?
Years went by.
Right? And why I said our nature has today, majority of the people nature today is sin.
Yeah.
I would say all. The only thing that shows you righteousness is when you read this book.
That's it.
The book shows us what is really righteous. Sometimes you may run into a person that has some righteousness in them, right? But overall, their nature is sin. Talk to the person and see where their mind is at. It doesn't correlate with what God says. Talk to the person, to him or her, and see where their mind is at. It doesn't correlate with God. Your mind told you that swine is good. Your mind said it's okay with swine. It's okay to eat swine. Your mind told you, he said, man, pig is the cleanest animal on earth. He's more cleaner than this and this. Your mind. And if you go to try and explain them otherwise, they're not going to accept it. People have certain things in them that is good. You have other people that don't know of God that have certain things in them that is good, but their nature on the up and up is sin. It's iniquity. When did that happen? I said, when did that begin? When Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. When Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, Adam knows both sides of the coin. He ain't innocent no more. He's accountable now. Now I realize that, hey, I am naked. I need to put some clothes on. I need to cover up. So now he goes and hides from God. Then God says, man, where you at? He said, man, I hid from you, man, because I was naked. He said, where you know that from? How you know that? How you know you was naked? He said, who told you was naked? He said, did you eat from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from? Because that's the only way you're going to know this. He said, hey, man, the woman that you gave to me, she gave me of the tree and I ate of it. Eve looked, turned to the serpent. She said, the serpent beguiled me, tricked me into eating it. This is why, woman, you don't stand up and conversate with no slick dude. Because if a dude is really, really slick with his mouth, he going to have you believe in every word he say out of his mouth. And it ain't got to be right. He going to make you think it's right. You don't conversate with other men. You got a man, you conversate with your man. Right. You conversate with your husband. You conversate with your husband. One sister I know, she don't even make eye contact with niggas, with nobody. She walk, I got a husband. I got a man at home. Why am I making eye contact with you?
Right. We have nothing to talk about. That's what I'm talking about.
Because we made eye contact, now I feel I could walk up to you and say something. Because I gave you the eye contact. You open the door just with your eyes. Look straight. You don't turn after every voice. You don't turn after every voice. You don't look at every car that passed by because those are the ways of whores.
That's correct. Street whores.
Those are the ways of these paganistic women out here.
Strange.
You got a husband. You got a husband, man. Stop looking in everybody's face. Stop turning after every voice. Stop looking in every car. Stop dressing to cause attention. One dude said, why is this all out? He said, all that's supposed to be for me. Not for John. Not for Luke and Peter. Not for Paul. He said, that's for me. Why are you showing my stuff all over? Just blatant.
Yeah.
That's mine.
This is the way today.
Exactly. That's mine. And being that I'm on that subject, a woman's nakedness is completely different from a man's nakedness. Because society said it's okay for a woman to walk around in bathing suits, go to the beach in bathing suits, you're naked. Sometimes you may just have on your underwears and go topless. You're naked. A man can walk around topless. He's not naked. He's not naked. A man's nakedness is different. When you read the book said Aaron covered from his loin area to the end of his thigh. Okay? Breeches. He said, don't go up by steps that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. So then he put on a robe to cover below his legs. Okay? My top, my chest, my arms, it's not my nakedness. That's not what the book said. I don't care about how you view it and what you think and how you feel. Because there was a brother that we had the same conversation. The same conversation. You're going to try to tell me that a man's nakedness is the same as a woman. I said, where you read that at? A brother asked me that. I ain't going to say the brother's name. A brother asked me that. It's different. Totally different. Which means what? You must look at men and women as the same. No, we ain't. God don't view us as the same. God don't view man and woman as the same. No, we not. I don't look at myself as the same. We're opposite. I hold more grounds than you. I hold more standards and percentage in this than you. Yes. There's no equal. There's no 50-50. No 50-50 here. I got the last say so. I got the last word. This is what it is. You feel you can't accept that because you do have women that can't accept that. No, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. 50-50. Okay, 50-50. Let's say it is 50-50. No. Let's say it is 50-50, John. When you home and somebody break into the house, it's 50-50, sister. I ran down on the first one that came into the house. I ran down on him.
Let me see you take care of your 50 now.
Man, I'm tired, man. I don't feel like running down on this one.
Sure
He said it's your goal. It's 50-50, right? We take 50-50 on everything. Everything is 50-50.
If you really want to do it.
If you want to do 50-50, 50-50 includes everything.
You know that's game. Right. You know that's game.
So step up now. Go ahead. No, man's supposed to be the protector. Yeah, man is the protector.
And then shut up.
Man is the provider. Man is the one that set the rules.
Teacher.
Man is the teacher and the guide. I'm the trainer. I'm everything. There's no 50-50 here. And guess what? According to what I read here, the Most High said what? He said, ye are gods. God said that. He said, ye are gods. He said, but ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. So if there's a God, there can't be goddesses? No.
You didn't hear it.
You didn't read nowhere here where there was goddesses. The only spot where you hear about goddesses with Greeks and Romans and Egyptians and Persians and Canaanites. These people had Greek goddesses.
Yeah,
moon goddess. Come on, man. Leave all that stuff away. Man, leave that alone, man. Go ahead and read. Where we at, man?
Then said, verse 11. Then said Judah to Tamar's daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house.
Remain a widow at thy father's house.
Till Shelah my son be grown.
Till Shelah my son be grown.
For he said, lest peradventure he die also.
Lest peradventure he die also as his brethren did. And
Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted and went up into his sheep shearers to Timnah.
He said, in process of time, Judah's wife died.
And Judah was comforted and went up into his sheep shearers to Timnah.
Judah was comforted and went up to his sheep shearers to Timnah.
He and his friend Hidah the Adullamite.
And
it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her.
You know what they did with that hair? To shear sheep, they shaved off all that hair. That's wool, man. They made clothes with that, man. They did a lot with that, man. Go ahead, read.
And she put her widow's garments from off.
Okay, now. So there was an attire. Virgins had a certain attire. Whores or harlots had a certain attire. Married women had a certain attire. That's why when you look at certain women, you say, listen, sister, you can't dress like that. That's not the attire of a married woman. That's not the attire of a virgin daughter. That's not the attire. There's a certain attire. But when you see in the book, why I gotta show you everything in the book? Why I gotta show you everything in the book? I'm your guide. You just like the people. And this is why God looked at Abraham and he said, this guy's my friend. This guy, Abraham, was already spoken about as God's friend.
Correct.
Because Abraham had You didn't have to explain everything to Abraham.
Believe.
He had blind allegiance. Blind allegiance. You know what blind allegiance is? I ain't got to explain every hook, every hang up. Everything I say, I could show you in the book.
You didn't criticize.
You didn't criticize nothing.
Second guess.
No. No. Every attire, the attire, every married woman had a certain attire.
Right.
Whores had a certain attire. Virgins had a certain attire. Widows had a certain attire. So we knew if you was married, a whore, a virgin, or a widow by the clothes that you wore. By the clothes that you wore. Now read what the woman said. It says, and she put off, and she put her widow's garment off from her. Tamar is a widow. She took her widow garment off, and what she did after that?
Covered her with a veil.
Covered her with a veil.
And wrapped herself.
And wrapped herself. That was the attire of whores back then. And even realize the veil covered her face. Even the whores had some type of honor and dignity with themselves. It's shame.
You ain't gonna know who they are.
You ain't gonna know who they are. You ain't even gonna know who they are. She covered herself, man. Covered herself. All the whores covered themselves with veils at that point in time, and they wrapped themselves. You know what a wrap is? Saris. Saris. You know what a sari is? When you take a material and you wrap it close to your body. You can wrap it loose. You can wrap it close. But if you wrap it loose, it's going to fall off.
God know how to wrap.
You cannot wrap a sari loose. You cannot wrap a sari loose. I say that to say this. Their clothes was not close.
That widow's garment was not close.
Their clothes wasn't close. So when you buy your dresses and you're buying your clothes, it's too close because it shows every curve, every inch, every dot, everything, every curve, every joint.
I don't want to see all that, man.
Their clothes wasn't close. See, we read and we learn the attire of men and women by reading the book.
That's the example.
That's the example of what we're supposed to be following.
Oh.
The book. But you can't change your attire because your mind ain't changed yet. Your thinking pattern ain't changed yet. You still have an American way of thinking, hedonistic pattern way of thought. Let's go, man. Let's go. Our job is to hear these laws, commandments, and statutes and start putting changes in your lives. That's our job. Hear the laws, commandments, and statutes and the ways of God and start putting changes to your life. Do not reject what you hear. It has so much to say against what you hear because it's in the book. And that's what people do. We hear the things that God loves. We hear the things that God hates, and we reject it because it doesn't correlate with your mind. It doesn't correlate with how you think and how you perceive it. You ain't nothing, man. You haven't realized that you ain't nothing before the eyes of God. You are not nothing before the eyes of God. I'm not nothing before God's eyes. Nothing.
Don't lift yourself up.
Don't lift yourself up and exalt yourself in pride. Like you somebody. You ain't nothing in the eyes of God, bro. Nothing, man. The only way to be something in God's eyes, we have to accept the standards that God set forth.
Then you matter to God.
Now I start to be accepted in the eyes of God because I accept it and I acknowledge what God accepts. I don't understand you people, man. I don't understand these people called Israel, man. I don't understand them. Let's read it, man. Let's read.
And she put her widow's garments off from
She
her.
put her widow's garment up off her.
And covered her with a veil.
Covered herself with a veil.
And wrapped herself.
Mm-hmm.
And sat in an open place.
An open place. What is an open place? An open place is where the action's coming at.
That's where you go pick them up at. Straight.
An open place is where a lot of traffic, a lot of men pass by. You want to be noticed. You want to be noticed. So you stand in the open place. Yeah. So you can be noticed in the eyes of God, in the eyes of men. Sorry. So you can be noticed in the eyes of men. And that's why you stood in the open place. So if you don't want to be noticed in the eyes of men, then you'll dress accordingly. You'll dress according to the way God said you should dress, so that there will be no other men noticing you but my husband, but my man. My man. That's what they say. That's how they say it, right? My man. My man. And they say that with so much pride. Yeah, my man. Why she say it like that? Because she's proud of something. She's happy that she got something, and she sees something in you that caused her to say, my man. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go, man.
And sat in an open place.
Sat in an open place.
Which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was
Listen, what else is an open? No, listen. There's a lot of men in this living room. I said there's a lot of men in this living room. Example.
Modernize it, yeah.
Right? I'm going to modernize it.
Modernize it, yeah.
I've seen women that don't know God. When there's a lot of men sitting and standing up on the stoop, when this woman that had, she even scratched the surface, we got a little bit. She see a lot of men. Some cross the street and walk on the opposite side of the street. Some keep walking.
With their headphones on.
Headphones on, and you better get out of my way. And she want either that or she wants to be noticed because she got on clothes so that other men can notice her. Because she thrills off of men hollering, excuse me, miss. Shorty, yo, miss. Excuse me, sweetheart. Sweetheart, can I holler at you for a minute? Let me talk to you for a minute. Some of them go as far as grabbing their hands. Excuse me, miss, me holler at you for a minute. And if she don't, first of all, why are you walking through men? You wanted that attention. You want to hear that attention. But some cross the street. Keep pushing. She.
Well, she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. And when Judah saw,
now her mind is to raise up seed for her dead husband. It's to raise up seed. Raise up seed for her dead husband. Right? So she's looking for Judah to give Shelah to her, so she can raise up seed for her dead husband. But she's seen that Shelah has been grown, and nothing happened. Go ahead, read.
And when Judah saw her, he thought her to be in harlot.
When Judah saw her, he said, wow. He said, he thought her to be a harlot, right? Because she had covered her face. That was the attire of the whores. Like I said, widows, virgin, whores, married woman, virgins. There was all wore a certain attire so that you can know whether this is you can distinguish between a virgin, between a widow, between a whore, between a married woman. You can distinguish. So they have different attires. That's right. Tom She.
And he turned unto her by the way and said, go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law.
It was no game. You ain't need no game to hit that. You know what he said? He said, go to, I pray thee. He said, let me come into you. He said, man, listen, man. He said, where you going? He said, I want to come into you. It's straight up.
Straight up.
There's no beating over the mulberry bushes. Oh, baby, man, you sweet, man. I love the ground you walk on. He said, let me, there ain't none of that game stuff happening. I drink your bath water, sister. I ain't got to seduce you with words. We ain't got to do all that. You come to you and say, listen, man, I want to come into you. I want to come to you. I want to have sex. He said, let me come into you. That's it. He said, hey, listen, sister, man, I want to match. I pray. Go ahead.
And she said, what wilt thou give me that thou mayest come into me?
She said, what you going to give me so that you can come into me? This was a wise woman.
Did he walk
Go ahead.
away? Did he walk away?
No, he ain't walk away. He ain't walk away. Because dudes today want something for nothing. They want to cohabitate and have sex with you, but they don't want to give nothing up. They don't want to pay up nothing.
Too much.
They don't want to pay up nothing. They want it for free. Go ahead, read.
And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, what wilt thou give me? She said, wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it?
A pledge is something collateral, right? Go ahead.
And he said, what pledge shall I give thee? And she said, thy signet,
your ring, your bracelet,
and thy staff.
That's all IDs. Those are what you call identification. Your signet, your bracelet, and your staff. So now I'm able to show who went into me.
Your name is on there.
Who went into me? Go ahead, read.
And thy staff that is in thine hand, and he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of a widowhood.
She after he went into her, she left, took her veil off, put on her widow's garment, and left. Got out of Dodge. That was my whole objective. Looking for Judah. I don't want no other men. I'm looking for Judah so I can raise up seed for my dead husband.
Everybody else got done.
Everybody else is a dove. Tom, she.
And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend.
Now Judah go and sent the kid as a young goat, sent the kid back to give to her to receive his pledge. But the woman's gone. She don't want that kid. I need those pledges. I need those bracelet and that signet and that ring. So I can show who came into me, who I had sex with. Because according to law, I'm not supposed to be sexing nobody else. I can't sex nobody else. I'm supposed to be waiting for Sheila. That's the law. That was the deal. That's it, Tamshi.
But he found her not. Then he asked a man of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid and thou hast not found her.
He said, let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Because listen, if we don't find it, then I didn't keep my word. And they held that in high regards. They kept their word, man. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, had played the harlot. And also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, bring her forth, let her be burned.
They're going to burn her.
Burn at the stake.
They're going to burn her. Oh, that's cruel. Oh, I don't accept that. Oh, I just don't agree with that. You're going to burn her and kill a woman because, listen, I want to hear it, man. God said it's okay. God said it's good. And the only way you're going to accept that is if you accept God as your God, which means you have strange gods in you. We have strange gods in us. And because we have foreign and strange gods in us, it takes our thinking pattern. It takes the way you think. It takes your actions. Now you have forward thoughts that's against God because your thoughts is not godly. Your thoughts, you have thoughts of Beelzebub. You have thoughts of the dude on the cross. You think like those type of people. What makes you them? That's what makes you them. You are them. He said when she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man who these are am I with child. And she said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these? Signet, bracelet, and staff. Smart woman. That's why she snatched up his signet, bracelet, and staff. Those are IDs, identifications, to show who was the guy that went in unto me. So she showed him this. She said, listen, by the guy, by these things is who impregnated me. He said, this right here will tell you and show you who impregnated me. And what Judah said. Judah acknowledged them and said, she had been more righteous than I. There are certain times in the book where the woman has became and was more righteous than the men. It was times where the woman was more righteous than men. But guess what? The woman still held their integrity. They still held their humbleness.
He said that.
He said that. He said that about her. And she knew she was doing right, but she still held her humbleness with him. Now, what is, right? It said just, more righteous, more just. And when you're just, you conform, you agree to a standard of correctness. What is the standard, right? Something that was set up or established by God. God set those standards up. God set these rules up. And action shows that she agreed with it.
Yeah.
He said, it came to pass, okay, let's cut that. Go to the next chapter. Chapter 39. Genesis chapter 39. It said Joseph was brought down to Egypt. Right? Now, how did Joseph get into Egypt? Remember now, his brothers took him and put him in the pit. Because they was going to kill him.
Yeah.
They was going to definitely push his wig back. They put him in the pit and they left to go eat. Left him in that pit only God knows how long. While he's in the pit, Midianites rolling by, they saw him in the pit. They took him out the pit, took him, sold him to the Israelites, and the Israelites sold him into Egypt. Now, mind you now, everything goes. Why I said everything goes? There was no police. Ain't no police you can call. If a nigga snatch you up, you better be able to fight. You on your own. And that's the way it was then.
Yeah, ancient days.
That's why God gave us laws to bind you from doing things and doing certain things. Later on, when we read, God is against kidnapping. That was kidnapping. God is against stealing, robbing. God is against those things. We didn't have police. God gave us the laws and the commandments and the statutes that we should live by, and it was up to us to live according to it. And that's what kept everything in order. So now Joseph is in Egypt. Right? And Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captains of the guard, an Egyptian, brought him of the hand of the Israelites, which had brought him down thither. And the Lord was with Joseph. It said God was with Joseph. Which means not every time certain things go down in your life, God is against you.
Right.
Not every time. Sometimes this happened because of what's to come or what's to take place. There's a reason why Joseph ended up in Egypt, to save his family from hunger, to save the world. Yeah. Because if he wasn't there to interpret those dreams and to save all that 7 years of plenty, the people would have starved. That was the only spot with food. Every nation came to Egypt for food. The whole world. That was the only spot for food. Captain of the guard, an Egyptian, brought him of the hands of and the Lord was with Joseph. And he was a prosperous man. And he was in the house of the master of the Egyptians. His master saw that the Lord was with him. The master, Potiphar, was able to recognize and realize that God is with him. That's one thing with these people. No matter who you are able to recognize and detect when God was with this person.
That's right.
All right? He said, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him and made him overseer over his house. And all that he had, he put into his hand. And it came to pass that from the time that he had made him overseer in the house and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for the sake of Joseph. God would bless the house because of one person. Everybody is wrong. And everybody is against God. But because you have this particular guy here, God bless. Everybody gets saved because of this one guy. Yeah. And that's this. This is the way God is today.
Same way.
Everybody in your house don't have to agree with what God says. Don't even get it twisted. But the reason why mayhem and destruction don't happen in this house is because there is one that is wholly determined to serve God. And he will save that whole house because of that one person. It said, and the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, lie with me. This woman is married. She is married to Potiphar. She seen Joseph and fell in love with him. Now you got a husband. She looked at Joseph, grabbed Joseph and said, come have sex with me. Lie with me. Lie with me. What Joseph said. He said, but he refused. But he refused and said unto his master's wife, behold, my master wanted not what is with me in the house. You know what wanted? W-O-T-T-E-T-H. When I looked it up in Hebrew, it says yada. Yada means to know. My master don't know that you here in the house with me.
Right.
He said, my master knowing not who's here with me in the house. He don't even know you here. So I'm coming here to do my business. What you doing here? And he that committed all that he had to my hand, the master, everything is under Joseph's hand, under Joseph's jurisdiction, except for his wife. He said, there is none greater in the house than I. Not that he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God? That's what, besides you, it's above you, woman. It's above you. And you have women that will hide it and won't voice it. You see his mentality? He said, how? But this woman ain't hide nothing. He said, how can I have sex with you and lie with you and sin against God, commit this great wickedness before God. And that's the moral of this whole thing here.
This act
is against God, man.
Right.
This act is evil and is wicked. Right? It said it came to pass as she spake to Joseph day by day. Every day the woman is on him.
Pressing him.
She on his body.
On his body. Pressing.
Every day she pressing him. He said that he hearkened not unto her to lie by her or to be with her. We ain't having sex. I am lying next to you. I don't even want to be with you.
Right.
I don't even want to be with you because I know your objective. I know your intentions. So why do I want to be around you or entertain this when it can never be? You're married. So my distance towards you is, I got to put great, big, large distance between me and you. You're married. And it came to pass, verse 11.
And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business. And there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment.
She caught him by his beged, by his garment, grabbed him by his garment,
saying, lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand and fled and got him out.
That was a hell of a grip. She really grabbed him. Like, listen, man, she ain't letting go. So he had to really twerk. Look, he got him out of that garment. She got real aggressive. Grabbed the garment to where he can't let go, where he had to really get out that garment. And he left the garment in her hand. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house and spake unto them, saying, see, he had brought in a Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice.
You see what mock is? Mock goes very deep.
Different ways to mock.
Different ways to mock. Different ways to mock. You go against the command, the order, you mock. You violate, you mock. This man has a wife, and I go behind the man back and mess with his wife, you mocked him. Go ahead.
And it came to pass when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. And she spake unto him, saying, according to these words, saying, the Hebrew servant which thou hast brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass as I lifted up my voice and cried that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it came to pass when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spake unto him, saying, after this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph.
God was with him.
And showed him mercy.
And
gave him favor.
In the sight
of the keeper of the prison.
The man is in prison and God is with him.
Whoever run it gonna like it.
God is with him. It was a reason why all this transpired. Why this woman approached him that way to get him in the prison. Because later on when you read, there's going to be two people that came up. The butler and the baker. And they're both going to have dreams. Now in order for... if Joseph wouldn't have never went into prison to hear those dreams, then he would have not be able to save the amount of people that he saved from the famine.
He wouldn't have got mentioned to the king. Right.
But besides that, he would not have been able to save the people from that famine. That's what saved all these people. So they went. He resolved that. Interpreted that dream. He interpreted the dream, right? The one got killed. One was returned back to the
butler returned.
The butler returned. The baker died. So now the butler returned back to Pharaoh and he told Pharaoh, he said, listen, man, there's a God that interprets dreams. None of his physicians and warlocks and witchcraft could do it. God Joseph out of here interpreted a dream, and he was able to save so many people because this famine that came down was worldwide, was all over the face of the earth. It was all over. Okay, let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 6.
Now these are the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, the judgments, which the Lord your God commanded to teach you. Right? Part of teaching or speaking about this holy God shows that you have accepted his laws. Shows that you have accepted it because you're speaking about it formally. You're making declaration. You're speaking about how you accept all these laws. And you're speaking about the ferventness and the strength of God. You hear it all in a person's speech that tells you how much this person accepts this God. To where you have people that refuse to speak and tell their family. That's why your family keep calling you and inviting you to Christmas dinners. Are you coming over, Lucille, to a Christmas dinner? Why is she asking you, or why is he asking you to come join them in their heathenistic holiday, paganistic holiday? That's because you haven't made it known whose side you on. You haven't made it known that you serve the creator of heaven and earth. And he prohibits me from following after the manners and the customs of the people and joining you in your celebrations and your traditions. You haven't made it known because your belief in God is this small. That's why you don't speak about it. That's why you don't speak about it with other people. You don't have look. A teacher makes you know, and I said it before. A true teacher makes you know the disagreeable consequences of your actions against God. Because the teacher wants you to be aware so that you can guard yourself against iniquity. So you can guard yourself against transgressions and sinning. All right? A teacher instructs by precepts, examples, or experience. What is a precept? A precept is a general rule to regulate. Regulate. A general rule to regulate your behavior and thoughts. The general rule is already set up by God. The commandments, the laws, the statutes. It's already set up by God. Tamshi.
That he might do them in the land where ye go to possess it. Verse 2. That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God. It also means to be afraid of. To be afraid to offend God. How do you offend God? By sinning. How do you offend God? By going against his commandments, by breaking his covenant. That's how you offend God, right? So before you fear God, you're going to fear what people think first. I always say it. Before you fear God, I'm going to be afraid about what my sister think about me because my lifestyle is different from hers. So now I don't want to. I don't voice and talk about it enough to them or to her, right? He said that's what makes. He said that's what makes people. Those things is what make people not fear. You don't fear God. Okay, let's go. Let's read.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy sons and thy sons' sons, all the days of thy life.
All the days of thy life.
And that thy days may be prolonged.
This is every day. This mindset is every day of my life. It's not a part-time job. This ain't no part-time thing. This is every day of my life. Okay? Every Saturday, I will be observing the Sabbath. Every Saturday, if I ain't bedridden, in the hospital, dead, or in jail, you're going to find Chief Shammah congregating on Shabbat. I'm not going to stay home for a headache. I got a headache, man. I'm just going to stay home. I'm coming to Shabbat. Man, my back, man, not Friday, Thursday. I had a bad pain in my lower back. I had to stretch it all day Thursday. Friday, it ain't there. Friday ain't there. If that pain would have continued and linger till Shabbat, you're going to still find me standing here teaching and expounding on the laws and the commandments of God. Like I said, if I ain't dead, in jail, in the hospital, or bedridden, I'm here, which means I'm not coming up with no excuse for me to stay home and not congregate and fulfill the commandment of God. It's mandatory. Tom sheet.
Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, that ye may increase mightily, that the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey.
In the land that floweth with milk and honey. What land is that? Jerusalem. Jerusalem. That's the land that God said, man, this land is that land. God loved Jerusalem. He said, all those that love Jerusalem, he said, I'll love them. Right? He said, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. It's only one God. There's no 2 in 1. There's no 3 in 1. There's no 4. There's no God for every. No, it's only one God and one way to serve him. And the only way to serve him is through reading this book, the Old Testament. The Old Testament. So hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God. That's a command. It sounds like a command. He said, thou shalt love the Lord thy God. What is love? Love is based on admiration, benevolence, and common interest. Why we love women and why a woman will love a man, it ain't because of admiration. It ain't because of benevolence, but because we have common interests. It's supposed to be common interests because we didn't go off to marry a woman that was of other nations. Our interest was of one thing. This woman served God, I served God, and they linked, and that was the link. Nowadays, it ain't common interest no more. We look at a woman that's not interested in your God. Like I said, men are visual. After I get to know you, then I know and say, well, nah, this woman ain't no good. I don't like the way she thinks. I don't like the way she moves. I don't like the way she acts. I can't mess with you. After I start talking to this woman and I see how she is, her qualities, then because I have interest in her, I begin to show her and teach her about the true and living God. I begin to show her what God I serve, how I live. Why? Because I see more in you and I see myself being with you. So in order for me to be with you, I got to show you how I live so that we can be on one accord. One mind principle. Same thing. Same push. Same journey. Right? Admiration, feeling of delighted or astonished approbation. What is approbation? When you approve formally or officially. When you start speaking about God just on your own. Start speaking about God formally and officially. Start boasting about God, glorifying God, speaking about his laws, his commandments. Right? Benevolence is disposition to do good. You can have a disposition to do good, and you can have a disposition to do evil. Right? Disposition is the positive or negative way a person views the world and everything else in life. Huh? Your disposition tells me how you view certain things. Your disposition is your character. The disposition is who you really is. So because you don't downtrod how you think, is because there's no changes in you. That's what caused you to disagree with God. When God accepted, you disagree with it. You have a bad disposition about you. You got a bad character about you. You got evil ways about you because you disagree with God, which gave you an evil disposition about yourself. But God gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes so we can change that. So now that you have the laws, commandments, and statutes so that you can change that, let me see you put it to work and put it to actions by reading and applying to yourself. This is work, man. Just take work on yourself. Your character is determined by your inner moral values. Do we know what inner moral values is? I said, do we know what inner moral values is? Your inner moral values goes according to your beliefs. That's one. Your belief, what you believe, will tell me your values and what you value in life. Whatever you believe will tell me what you value in life. Belief that you use to analyze opinions, thoughts, and situations. Now, because of your inner moral values, that's going according to your beliefs, and that's what made me disagree with what God says. Because of your beliefs, and your beliefs is not according to God's beliefs. It's not the same. It doesn't correlate with what God says. My opinion is going to be different. Your thoughts and your thinking pattern going to be different. The way you judge certain situations and look at certain situations going to be different. Then that's what decides the right or the appropriate way. Your personality reflects who you are as an individual. How you think reflects who you are as an individual. I know what kind of person you is. Just by the way you think. Just by your thinking pattern. Okay? By saying that, you should know that you need to change. There is a lot of work that people need to do with themselves. Men and women. Now you know whether your disposition is positive or negative, according to what God says, according to what I just told you. Time sheet. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry about that.
Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart. With all your heart. with all your heart. God didn't tell us to love nothing with all our heart. But him, I can't love my wife with all my heart. Oh, wait, I love you with all my heart. No, that's for God. I can't love you, wife, with all my heart. That's for God. And guess what, wife? Don't love me with all your heart. Love God with all your heart. My son and my daughter, don't love me with all your heart. Love God with all your heart. That's for God. He said, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart. And
these words which I command thee shall be in thine heart. It's supposed to be in my mind constantly. My mind is constantly on God. Constantly on God. Tamshi.
And thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children.
And thou shalt teach them diligently. With shinam tam. The word shinam tam comes from the root word shanan. To teach diligently. Oral repetition. Over and over. This is how we're going to learn. When we speak about something over and over, because I'm trying to drill something in you. This is a training. People say, program. I can't program you. You got to program yourself. You listen to a program over and over and over and over. You begin to think about it. You begin to think that way. Hearing something over and over, 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 over and over. That's how you're going to be. Why do you think God said repetitively, repeatedly, constantly? Right? One definition drew me, blew my mind. Right? Shinam tam, shinam. One of the definition of that word, it also means to inculate. To inculate. Prince Zachariah gave me a dictionary from the 1970s online. Man, he said to inculate. Found that word there. Inculate means what? To instill a certain, oh my gosh, to instill a certain type of attitude, idea, or habits in God by persistent instructions. Like picking this whole thing up and slamming it. You hear that definition?
That's how you get it instilled.
That's how you get it instilled in you. Huh? So if these laws is instilled in you, your attitude would change. Your idea and your thought pattern would change. Your habits would change. Everything about you would change. Look at yourself. Check yourself. You need work on yourself. You hear that, man? Time sheet cut up.
And shall talk of them when thou sittest in thy house. And when thou walkest.
And shall talk of them when thou sittest in the house. Read.
And when thou walkest.
When you walk by the way.
And when thou liest down.
When you lie down.
And when thou risest.
And when you rise it up. He said, that's talk. If we don't talk about the great God, this great and holy and glorious God, then I will never know how you think. If you don't talk, I don't know how you think. We got to conversate so I can know how you think, where you at, where you coming from, how you moving. I got to know how you think, if you really for this or not. Because when people talk, they tend to tell on themselves and say how they really is. Oh, don't make him angry. Don't make him or her angry. Now you really hear it. Oh, that's how you really feel. Number one, towards my God. And this is how you really feel, number two, towards me. But when people get angry and emotional, that's when the true them comes out. Make me want to back up. Back up quick. Because it's been hidden all these years. But now the person has gotten angry.
Can't hold it no more.
And they're looking, and the people talk. Say, you talk that godly stuff and this. You talk that godly stuff. Watch your mouth. What's wrong with me talking godly things? Why do you have a problem with me talking godly things? And I didn't do anything that was ungodly. I was just, the person just did something wrong that you said was wrong. But God never said it was wrong. Huh? Check yourself. Check yourself. The ideas that formulates in your mind, whether it's good or evil, thoughts against God, your feeling towards God, agree or disagree with. Your feelings, how you feel. And that's what causes you to agree or disagree. Yeah. But when you trash your feelings and you don't give a hoops about your feelings, only about how God feels, it's easy now. It's easy to accept now. It's easy to move according to these laws now. Let's read.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy arm. They shall be as frontlets between thy eyes.
He said, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine arm. Listen here, man. This is not no metaphor. People say, it don't really mean to put something between your eyes. It's just that the Lord, where you see that at? That's not no metaphor. It's not no metaphor. This is the laws written in Hebrew that the book says supposed to be on your arm and bind it on your arm. I gotta go by my frontlet. My other frontlet is too small, couldn't hold the law. There were certain laws that goes on your arm and between your eyes. The paper, we put all the laws on the paper, went to Kinko's and shrunk it, miniature sized it. And it's so micro, mini small. So we fold it, put it in the frontlet, and we wear it as frontlet between our eyes. These have all the laws on it, but some laws it was missing. So I had the paper, and I could take the paper on the inside of my leather and bind it on your arm. Then you have laws. You don't put the kai between your eyes. That's what I see a lot of Israelites doing. Israelites be putting kais between their eyes. Next thing, they got 6-point stars between their eyes. Next, some guys put the scrolls between their eyes. Well, the book don't say that. The book didn't say none of that. None of that. But we lean to our own understanding. We refuse to go according to what we read in the book. So that's what leads us off. That's what leads us off. Every time I pass, I ain't got to touch the zikron. I mezuzah.
That's Judaism.
Test it and then put it to my heart. And... Where you get that from, man? Where you get that from? Where you get that from? We ain't got to do none of that. But that's what happened when we start getting into Judaism. Judaism and Talmud and the Mishnah. I didn't read Mishnah Torah. I didn't read that in here.
They made that up.
Show me in the book when Ezra stood on the pulpit and he said, "This is the portion of the." I didn't read that there.
Never.
That all comes from the Jews.
That's correct. That's their
Jewish people.
That's their system.
That's their system and how they. I teach about anything. Portion. The portion is whatever I decide to bring.
Whatever I bring.
That's my portion. Your portion could be different.
That's right.
Everybody got their own portion about what they want to bring.
That's right.
There's no specific portion to bring. Nowhere in the book says that. Nowhere. Let's go.
Deuteronomy 6, verse 9.
Yeah.
Thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and on thy gates. This shall be when Elohim thy El shall bring thee to the land which he swore to thy fathers, to Abraham,
to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob. Those three men, God said, he said there was no iniquity found in those three men. God said that. He said there was no iniquity found in Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob. Those are the patriarchs, man, the pace setters. Those are the ones that set the pace. Those are the ones that set the standards. He said, men. He said, follow Abraham. Then he would turn to the woman. He said, woman. He said, follow Sarah. Follow Sarah. He said, these people are the examples, the trendsetters. Everything they did. Let's go.
To give thee great and goodly cities, which thou
give thee
didst not
great
build.
and goodly cities, which you ain't built. Ain't that something? We spent 430 years in Egypt. We was not set up as a nation yet. We had nowhere to go. God dispossessed these Canaanite nations and gave us gave us Jerusalem. Gave us Israel. Why? Because of one man. One man. You know who that one man was? Abraham. He said, your seed is gonna inherit the width and the breadth of this body. Everything here is gonna be your seed, man. He's saying you're gonna be a father of many nations. You're gonna be a father of many nations. You the father of the Israelites, you the father of the Ammonites, you the father of this nation, that father of many different nations, man. Gonna come out of you, Abraham. You're gonna be a great man. Many kings came out of that man. Tom sheet.
And houses full of all good things which thou didst not fill. And heal not wells which thou didst not dig. Vineyards and olive trees which thou didst not plant. When thou shalt eat and be rich.
When you all eat and be full, what verse you at?
12.
Go ahead.
Beware, lest thou forget.
When you eat and be full, when everything is going good, he said, beware. Beware. Be on guard with yourself. That what? Lest thou forget the Lord. That's what majority of the people do today, man. We have forgotten God. We done threw God on the back burner. How do we forget God? By going against his laws. You forgot God. Anytime we sin and break these laws, commandments, and statutes, we have forgotten God. Tom sheet.
Beware lest thou forget El Israel, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of
He
bondage.
said, remember that I'm the God that brought you and delivered you out of the hand of these Egyptians. Don't forget that. And that should be that should be the reason why I shouldn't forget God. Because I always got to remind myself that I have to do the things that is lawful and right by God, because he done delivered me and he did things for me that I thought I was never coming out of. That's a person with a conscience. That's a person with a conscience. When you can remember the good that God did to you, and because you remember the good that God did to you, you become fervent And you strengthen yourself in God by following his laws, commandments, and statutes. Come on, man. Don't be forgetful, man. And the same thing with people. Nothing that a person do or did you good could ever die out. Can never die out. I always got to remember the good that this man did for me. Even though he doing me evil and doing me bad, I'm not going to return you evil. Well, the most I would do is separate myself. There will be no more dealings with you. Because I'm not you. I'm not like you. And I don't move like you. Tamshi.
Thou shalt fear El Israel thy El, and serve him, and shalt swear by
Thou
his
shalt
name.
fear. Fear who?
El thy El.
Fear the Lord thy God and serve him and swear by his name. Be afraid of consequences from violating God's command. Be afraid. You got to be afraid of those consequences from violating God so that you don't violate. But the reason why we violate is because we don't fear. We are not afraid. We're not afraid, man. We are not afraid. Tamshi.
You shall not go after other gods.
You shall not go after other gods. Right? Right?
Right.
Things you agreed and disagreed with changes your thinking pattern. You believe that?
Mm-hmm.
The things you agree with and disagree with will change the way you think. Will change the way you think. This is why most of the time people think in a manner that is not accepted of God because they don't agree with everything here.
Right.
And they don't disagree with what God disagrees with. So it changes your thinking pattern towards certain things. My thinking pattern towards this. Okay? Now, it says what? Your enjoyments and what you attracted to changes your way, your pattern of thinking. What you enjoyment, what you enjoy. And what you are attracted to. When our enjoyments is supposed to be of God, of what we read in the book. What attracts me is supposed to be these laws. Tamshi.
Of the deities of the people which are round about you.
Uh-huh.
For El Israel thy El is a jealous El among you, lest the anger of El Israel be.
He said God is a he said this God here is a jealous God. You know what jealous means? Intolerant. You know what intolerant means? I'm not having it. I don't tolerate. I'm not going to tolerate unfaithfulness. How did we show unfaithfulness to God? When we turned away from his laws, we became unfaithful. When we turned away from the laws and the commandments of God, we became unfaithful. Tamshi.
Lest the anger of El Israel thy El be inflamed against thee, and he destroy thee from off the face of the earth.
Tamshi.
Do not tempt El Israel your El as you tempted him in Massah.
Yeah, we tempt God every day. We all tempt God every day on a daily basis. Ain't that something? When we tempt God, how do you tempt God? I don't tempt God. How you think? Do you know how to tempt God? You tempt God by going against his laws. That's how you tempt him. You tempt God by sinning and breaking his covenant, by turning away from that which is lawful and right. When you do those things, you tempt God. Tamshi.
You shall diligently keep the commandment of El Israel your El, and his testimonies and his statutes which he commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of El Israel.
Ye shall do that which is right and good in the sight of God. Not ye shall do that which is right and good in your eyes. Do that which is right and good in this person's eyes. None of that counts. which what I always say, how you determine good is not how God determined what is good. How you determine what is evil is not how God determined what is evil. My good and what I determine to be good has to be determined according to what God said is good. When God said it's good with you. When God said it's evil, you got to look at it as evil and don't accept it. Don't accept it. Come on, man. How plain and how clear you want me to say it? There's nothing. It's already as plain as day. Let's read.
That it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which Israel swore to thy fathers. To cast out all thy enemies.
To cast out all thy enemies from before thee,
as
the Lord has spoken. People say, yes. To cast out all our enemies. So God gave us the green light. It's go time. It's go time. Green light. Move on this nation. Move on that nation. Move on that nation. Move on this nation. Move on this nation. Move on this nation. Wipe them out. Infant, suckling. Don't bring nothing back. I don't want nothing back because their sins have reached the level of no return. You know, there comes a point in time in life where your iniquities can reach a part of no return. Do we know that? We all have a cup. And when that cup is filled, it has a limit. Do not allow your cup to overflow. Because once that cup overflows, it's a wrap. It's over. Let's read.
When our son asked thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Israel our El has commanded thee? And thou shalt say to thy son, we were the bondmen of Pharaoh and Mitzrayim.
Wait. The son, wait, go back to that verse, man. Are you, what?
When thy son asks.
When your son asks. When your children ask. But the only way the children is going to ask if they see difference. You start telling your kids certain things different than the way we used to do it, then they're going to ask why. Then that's when you sit the poor child down, open the book, and you show them why and cause them to understand the laws and the commandments and the testimonies of this true and living and dreadful God. Come on, man. Let's go, man.
When thy son asked thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Israel our El has commanded thee? And thou shalt say to thy son, we were the bondmen of Pharaoh. And
we were slaves to who?
Pharaoh.
To Pharaoh. Read.
In Egypt.
In Egypt.
And Israel brought us out of Egypt.
And God got us out of Egypt.
With a mighty hand.
With a mighty hand.
And Israel showed signs and wonders.
And God showed us signs and wonders. One of the signs was darkness. Darkness. Right. Because these people believed a sun god. They believed that Pharaoh could bring out the sun. Every morning, he went out before the Nile River, before the sunrise. He really thought he was bringing out the sun. But God caused darkness on the whole face, on the whole land of Egypt, but it was only light in Goshen where the nation of Israel was at. God challenged all the gods of Egypt and defeated them. Showed them signs and wonders, man. Tamshi.
Great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household, before our eyes. And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in, to give us a land which he swore to our fathers. And Israel commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Israel our El, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. And it shall be accounted virtue in us, if we take care to do all the commandments, these commandments, before El Israel our El, as he has commanded us.
Let's go. Let's rock on. Let's rock on to the book of Lamentations. Lamentations chapter 3, and we're going to start from verse 21. Lamentations chapter 3, verse 21. Look in the index and you'll see where Lamentations starts. It'll give you the number. It's just hard to find.
Lamentations 3.
Lamentations chapter 3. Hold on, I didn't even find mine yet. I gotta look for the page. Yeah, I got it. I almost got it. Okay, I got it. You got it?
Okay.
All right. Lamentations 3, chapter 3, verse 21. Tamshi.
This I recall to my mind.
This I recall to my mind. This returned to my mind. Right?
Therefore I have hope.
He said, and because of this thought of what came to my mind, it gave me hope. It gave me hope. What? It inspired me.
That El Israel's steadfast love has not ceased.
It is of the Lord's mercy that we are not consumed, because his compassion fails not. The word for his mercy is racham, means compassion. What is compassion? See, we serve a God that has compassion. What is compassion? Sympathetic pity and concern for the suffering of others. God is not going to cause you to suffer forever. He didn't cause us to suffer forever. He didn't leave us in captivity when we got taken out of our own land into a foreign land as captives. Persia,
Right.
Babylonia, all these captivities we got out. And there was all the time limit. Listen here. Look up the definition of exiled. Because people got it misconstrued that we still in captivity. This is not no captivity. You know what this is? Exiled. Chief Mikau, read the definition of exile.
Exile, the state of being barred.
The state of being barred
from one's native country.
From one's native country.
Typically for political.
Typically for what?
Political or punitive reasons.
Or punitive reasons. Yeah, we barred. God kicked us out the land. I said, God kicked us out the land, spewed us out. You can go there on your own if you want. You can go there on your own if you want. But you're still going to be living underneath another government. It's not your land. We still under a different rule, a different government. Israel don't run Israel. The nation of Israel don't run that. Don't run Jerusalem. It's under a different government that is not of God. God kicked us out of that land. Kicked us out. This is exile, man. Captives cannot go and come.
No.
If you're a captive, you can't go and come. I'm able to jump in the train and go wherever I want to go. If you held captive, you ain't doing that. You know when we was held captive? When slavery was here. 1500s, 1400s, 1300s. You better not catch a nigga going nowhere. I seen one movie. The Negro walking by and running. The little girl rings the bell. Nigga! Nigga! Yeah, man. Laugh. Yeah. Yeah, man. I seen the movie. They teach the young kids that, man. And it's sad. Dude ran across walking. The little girl ring the bell. Nigga! Nigga, man. You want to see the amount of people, the amount of white people jump out the house. Shaka, where's the nigga at? Where he at? Shoot in the air. He said, man, you better hold it. You better go. That's right. And in certain areas, you better not go. Certain areas you go into, they ask you how long are you going to be here. I said, how long is you going to be here? Sometimes they say, how many of you came into town?
True story.
And those are true stories.
How many of you?
Yeah. I was in Schenectady, hustling. So I went to the stores around my area. I can't find what I want. So I'm walking. Next thing, the appearance changes. I don't see no more black people, bro. All I see is white people dressed like they're from 1970, with men with spears in the back of their boots, and everybody's eyes is on me. Cars pass, they slow down on me. Kids is looking at me like I'm an alien, man. You know what happened? I didn't continue walking, looking for no store. I did a about face, brother. That's right. And the sun was going down.
Oh, that's the word, man.
I said, man, I did a about face and walked back to where I needed to be. Because if you stay there any longer and nighttime catches you, oh, they gonna get you. They're gonna get you. My father went to Texas. They grabbed him, looked at me, said, look, you see that tree right there? They said, man, we hung a nigga on there before.
So what you telling me that for?
My Abba looked at me and said, so why you telling me that? I said, why you telling me? You trying to tell me a signal or something? You ain't gonna hang me. It's gonna be war. I say that to say this, man. We are not captives. We are able to go and come as we please. A captive can't go and come as we please. No. You can serve whatever God you want to serve. You want to serve this bottle of water? You're able to serve this. And they come up with rules and commands of how to serve this. Yeah. That's the mentality of people today. And we can do whatever we want. Let's go, read.
And 22.
Uh-huh.
That his compassions do not fail.
His compassion don't fail, right? Mercy, his pity. What is mercy? Forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. That's God.
It's in my power to do you
It's
hurt.
in my power to do you hurt. But I refrained myself and held myself back because he's merciful. Pity, feelings of sorrow caused by the suffering and misfortune of others. And if you had pity towards people, when people go through certain things, you're not going to say that's good for them. Because you have pity towards people, towards their suffering. And we supposed to have the same attributes as God. Compassion, merciful, pity. My father sat in the room and he heard about something that happened to somebody on the news. He didn't say it's good for them. You know what he said? He sat and got sad and he cried. Like he knew who those people was. But he didn't know those people. And because of what the people went through, it made him feel bad for those people. Not because they don't serve God means I can't have pity for them. I can still feel sorry for them. That's the way of the righteous. I can still feel sorry for them. Tom sheep.
They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness.
Uh-huh.
Israel is my portion, says my soul.
Uh-huh.
Therefore I will hope in him.
Uh-huh.
Israel is good to those who wait for him. To the soul that seeks him.
To the soul that what?
That seeks him.
That seeks him. Uh-huh.
It is good that a man should quietly hope for the salvation of Israel. It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth.
That he bear the yoke in his youth. Because if you don't bear the yoke in the youth, what are you going to have when you get old? Nothing. Which means you got to go to work. Got to go to work. Because if you don't work, you ain't going to have nothing. This is what we have to go through. Most High turned to Cain, he turned Adam. He said, by the sweat of your face shalt thou eat bread. He said, thorns and thistles is going to grow inside the grass. To where there was never thorns and thistles in there. That came from the curse of God. Go ahead.
Let him sit alone and keep silence.
Because he has borne it upon him. You know how many times that man, listen, a man go to work and work so hard, especially the work that a person, certain work that you go to work to do and you come home. Man, you ain't trying to argue with nobody. I ain't trying to fight with nobody. I ain't trying to go through none of this foolishness, man. I just came home from work. And this house is supposed to be a house of rest. Peace. Peace of mind. If you can't find a peace of mind in your own house, then where else do you think you're going to find peace at? Where else can you find peace at? This is a house of rest. Peace. Go ahead, read.
Let him put his mouth in the dust. Perhaps there may be hope. Let him offer his cheek to him who strikes him. Let him take his fill of insult. For Israel will not cast off forever. But though he cause grief, yet will he have compassion according to the abundance of his steadfast love. For he does not willingly afflict or grieve the children of men, to crush underfoot all the prisoners of the earth, to turn aside the right of a man before the face of the Most High.
To turn aside the right of a man before the face of God. The man is right, and he's righteous in doing whatever he did. I can't deal with him in no other type of way, because the man is right. He ain't wrong. He's not wrong. He said to subvert a man in his cause, the Lord approve it not. When you start perverting certain things and changing and corrupting to cause to turn from what is considered right, to cause people to turn from what God considered as right. He said, God don't approve of that. He said, out of the mouth of the Most High proceeded not evil and good. That's a question. Evil and good come out of God's mouth. Both come out of the mouth of God. It's just determined on you. What God put on you according to your lifestyle. If God look at you as evil, then evil is going to be spoken on you about. We're going to put on you. If you good, then good things, then God will speak good things on you. He said, wherefore doth a living man complain? A man for the punishment of his iniquities. Nothing happened for nothing. There's no complete reason to be complaining about nothing that happened to you. Nothing. Because we turned away from God. So this is the repayment. This is the repercussion. This is what happened. He said, let us search and try our ways and turn again unto the Lord. Search yourself. Try your ways. Is my ways right? Am I right? Am I doing the things that is lawful and right by God? We don't ask ourselves that. You right all the time. Ain't nothing wrong with you. Ain't nothing wrong with you. Nothing wrong with you. Everything about you is right. You crazy.
Can't be corrected.
Can't be corrected. Try to correct the person and show the person the right way, the way that God said things supposed to be. Man, it's like you're talking to a doorknob. And with that, all I got what was bought, man. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Ben Lewy.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, God of Jacob. You know, due respect to my father, my leader, and my teacher, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. You know, due respect, Prince Men, mothers in Israel, visitors, brothers and sisters, I bid you on the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. We got to do a lot of skipping around. The first stop is in 2 Kings chapter 23. Second Kings chapter 23.
And the king sent, and they gathered to him all the elders of Yehuda and Jerusalem. And the king went up.
This is in the time of King Josiah. Time sheet.
And the king went up into the house of Israel, with all the men of Yehuda, with all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, the priests and the prophets and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant which was found in the house of Israel.
The book of the covenant is the law. That's the law. That law is what brings you into a deal, into a covenant with God. Okay, you do those commandments. He's linked in with you. He becomes your God. He said, "You be my people. I will be your God."
Right.
This is how we're going to do this. That's the covenant. The covenant is a deal. The covenant is a pact. Okay. I agree, promise, or say out my mouth to do this part. If you do this part, they told Moses to tell God, whatever he say for us to do, we will follow what he do. Didn't they say that?
Yeah.
But they didn't. They were just scared at the moment. That's the fear that we're supposed to have, not just at the moment, all the time. See, we read, we have to learn. No criticize. You know who you criticize? This is the guy I criticize. They are the examples. They're good. God spoke to these people. Okay? They were close to God. And the reason why these are called saints, because they are examples of what God wants us to be in any era, any generation. Okay? Man can call on God's name and serve him from back then till now, into the future. As long as God got man walking around here. So you can say, oh, well, but with the way it is now, we can't do the law no more. That's what you're going to hear in a little while. Because the leaders and teachers of most Israelite places tell you that it's okay to do things that the law tell you it's not good to do. You can't do. Thou shalt not do. They're telling you you can eat it. You can do it. You can wear it. You can cut it. There's nothing wrong with this celebration. Things that God say he hate. They're teaching the people that there's nothing wrong with it, as long as you don't bow down to the image. But God said you ain't supposed to have it. You ain't supposed to make it or have it to yourself. So it's not supposed to be nowhere where in your habitat. Am I correct?
That's right.
If you're not supposed to have it in your possession, that means it's not supposed to be in your house.
That's right.
He states how much he hates images and idols. Because dealing with images and idols is how you serve other gods. That's one form of how you serve other gods. But nobody believes this. Amen. And there's a reason why they are not meant to. Like Chief Shama said earlier, everyone is not meant to do this. It's already their line is already destined out. We don't know what this guy's father did before he got here to get what he's getting.
That's right.
Long line of wickedness and abominations for thousands of years. Nobody doing the commandments on the planet.
That's right.
That's why it's a struggle within you now.
Yep.
You're born in sin, meaning sin is in you when you're born, right?
That's right.
In a sinful era.
Mm-hmm.
You know what a sinful era is? Now. You know what is an abomination? when someone is walking down the block and you can't tell whether it's a man or a woman.
That's right.
I don't know if this is a man trying to be a woman or a woman trying to be a man.
That's right.
That's an abomination.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Sinful error. It's not
That's
just
right.
we born with sin now. We're in the most sinful era. We're living in the current state of time now. And it's most wicked. People are more dishonorable, more sadistic, violent for no reason. Yeah. Now, so these commandments will also protect you from people like that. So this king now, he calls everybody to read in the ears all the words of the book of the covenant. Everybody got to come up. Everybody, prophet, priest, people, small and great, to hear this because they're coming back now to go to the Most High. Before Josiah came into play, they had kings that had them serving idols. Okay? Some sheep.
3. And the king stood by a pillar and made a covenant before El Israel to walk after El Israel and to keep all his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all their heart and with all their soul, to perform the words of this covenant that were written in this book. And all the people stood.
And that's what God commanded, to perform all the words of this law. He wants, you got to do all the words of this law. So this king made a covenant before God. Josiah made a deal before God with everybody there. And everybody there is under that also.
Right.
Everybody who is assembled is under what is ever going on.
Right.
You understand? He said, yeah, I was there, but I wasn't a part of it. You're a part of it. If you're there, you're a part of it. You don't have to sing the song. You don't have to partake of the cake, but you were there. So you're a part of it. You are in attendance. When you went to school, everybody went to school, what's the first thing they do? Attendance.
I need president.
John, here. Stacy, here. Mary, here. They're present. So this thing here is the same way. You can't, Israelites know they don't belong to certain events, certain places, right? And if you don't know, when you see certain things or certain activities and certain things going on that you know is not correct before God's law, remove yourself. One time I went amongst a camp of Israelites, me and my father and my brother, and everything was good. It was Shabbat. Everything was good. Then he started talking about the cross and Jake, and telling everybody if they want to be under the banner of Jake, come get up, come into him and bow to him. And he had his hands out like this. At that moment, Mom looked at her and said, "You ready to go?" She said, "Yeah, I came." I was like, whoa, it blew my mind. I didn't know Israelites. I know Israelites to say, hey, okay, now I know the true and living God. That thing there is not God.
Yeah.
But that was the first time I said, wait a minute, these guys still claiming this. Then I come to find out mostly everyone that said they're Israelite in the world today, okay, is with the cross. Yeah. They with the New and the Old Testaments. That is not the way. That New Testament is about Greek mythology and idols. Okay? A bunch of witchcraft, divining. It's also a lot of divining. Revelations is about divining. You know what divining is? Telling of the future. We don't get into that. There's a difference. That thing or whatever they said it was, that's on the cross, didn't exist. And everything that they said it said is against what God say. God say, honor your father and your mother. That thing on the cross say to be a follower, a disciple is one that follow him or it. He said, in order to follow me, he said, hate not your father and your mother. Not saying hate not them, He's saying you gotta hate them because that's old English and that's how they spoke. A lot of people will read it and say, no, it don't make you. Listen, do you understand old English and how words are set in reference? No, you don't. I can't speak to you. Now, I can speak to you if you be quiet and let me explain to you how things are referenced and broken down. Because it means you don't hate your mother and your father, your brother, your sister, your wife, your children, you can't run with me. That's what that thing on the cross said. You can't run with me. You can't follow me. You can't represent me. You got to hate these people that God, your mother and father, God say honor them, much less you following something that say hate them. It's two different things. God say he hate all idols and images.
That's right.
He hates all idols and images. So why is all religions involved in pictures, okay? Signs, symbols, strange rituals, strange ceremonies that is not of God. It's not in Leviticus 23. So what this king is doing is getting everybody back on track. First, by establishing that they're wrong and they got to get into a covenant with God. It ain't just, yeah, I'm going to read, I'm going to do. No, that's not going to keep you winning. That's right. They had to make a covenant. The king, the top dog, the prophets, all of these top heads, all the godly men, the saints, they made covenants with God. They made a deal. They turned to God and said, oh, God, listen, I'm going to do this. He said, with all his heart, all their soul to perform the words. Perform means to do. Perform means to live out in action, in word and in deed. Not perform on stage. That's theater. That performance comes from theater. That word is added on to this in the time of the Greeks. The Greeks started movie theaters. The Greeks started acting. The Oscars, Grammys, all those award shows. What do they give you? What is the award? A trophy of what? A man, an image, an idol. If you check this thing out, you'll see it has a history coming from the time of the Greeks. And you are awarded with this idol for your skill in entertaining people. Our kings was the only kings that didn't have court jesters. You know what a court jester is? All right, you ever seen a cartoon or a movie where there's a king sitting down and then a guy come in front of him and he starts juggling? He starts juggling and another guy's doing this and then this guy's doing that. That's not how the kings of the Most High, and the righteous kings, that's not how they move. That wasn't their entertainment. Tamshi.
And all the people stood to the covenant. And the king commanded Hilkiah, the high priest.
Hilkiah, the high priest,
And the priests of the second order, and the keepers of the door, to bring out of the temple of Israel all the vessels that were made for the bill.
You see what was in the temple of God? This is the cleanup now. He has to rectify and correct everything that was done before he came and sat on the throne. He can't come and sit on that throne knowing that this stuff is around here. All these things is idols. These are all the vessels that were made for who? For Bill, an idol god. Those vessels were used in the temple instead of God's vessels that was commanded from the time of Moses to be used. They replaced them. And then now these vessels are for Bill. Bill is Baal. Baal means Lord or master. Okay? And this particular deity or idol was called the master. Okay? And it's a myth. It was made up by men, but it was widespread back then, very widespread. And there were sacrifices, heavy rituals and sacrifices made to this deity. He said, and all the vessels that were made for Baal in the grove and for what? The host of heaven.
All the hosts.
Besides, once you're not serving the true and living God, right? You serve this God, you automatically serve the Son. You automatically serve all the hosts of heaven. You automatically serve all idols ever made before, during, and after you. Did y'all know that?
Yes.
Once you go one idol, once you bow down to one idol, you bow down to all of them. They all are interconnected. They all are connected. They all are joined. I don't care if it's that people over there and that people over there. Oh, that's a different religion. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Tom sheet.
And he burned them outside of Yerushalayim on the terraces of the Kidron, and carried the ashes of them to Beit El. And he put down the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of the
Now, you can't go around now and going around with people defamating churches. Oh, man, it's an idol. And kick the idol down. You're going to jail.
Yeah,
and if they catch you, they don't put their hands on you. That's their God.
Yeah, you don't get punished.
That's what they believe in.
Sure.
And these are the people who are dominant over you. Mind your business.
Right.
When our forefathers had the chance to eliminate this, they didn't do it.
Yeah.
So just make sure it's not in your house. It's not in your possessions. Okay? A lot of these things, we are paying attention to too much wickedness. If it doesn't apply to you, if it's not around you or in you, let it go. Why pay attention? If she is across the street, I don't want what you telling me to look at that for. I don't want to. I saw it and I turned, but my attention is somewhere else. I said, so what? Go, man. What you giving it attention for? That's what they like. Then when they say stuff like, hey, you're a homophobe, you put yourself in there. Now it's a problem. Leave them alone. Let wickedness go by. Flee from it. Flee from iniquity like a serpent. So this person is full of iniquity in the body. As long as they ain't coming and violating you, let the world go about their business in destruction and iniquity. It's not selfish what I'm saying. God set it up already this way. This is how it is. You ain't stopping nothing. It's a struggle stopping yourself from violating God's commandments. So leave everybody alone. Worry about who's in your house, who serve God with you. As long as they're not in violation, keep it going.
Right.
Everybody is not going to serve God. We have to get off that. Oh man, look what he is supposed to do that. God wants him to do that. There's certain parts in this book where it said, "Oh man, he's doing that because this is of God." Okay, this is of God. Sometimes it's explained, sometimes it's not. God ain't got to explain everything. Mommy and daddy ain't got to explain everything. Who the boss, whoever has authority, whoever is in charge, does not have to explain orders. Y'all know that? You don't have to explain. Yo, look, you know what's stealing is? Don't steal. That's it. I ain't got to break it all down to you. You know what it is because it's in different forms. And when you're doing it in different forms, you're being sneaky about it, whether it's paperwork, this, that, or whatever the case is. You know, Abraham ain't had to get nothing broken down to him. The only thing he asked was, so I ain't got no kids. My wife, I don't go around sleeping around. I don't have baby mamas.
Right.
We're not, I got baby mama over here, baby mama over here. And now she got a baby. She get with this Israelite man, have kids, divorce, and then it's the same thing they doing. Mm-hmm. Don't get linked up, man, if you're going to give her a divorce. Don't get linked up if you want to ask for one. Okay? Everybody linking up real fast. And you haven't even made up your mind to serve God. Then when you have kids, they're scrambled. You know what scrambled mean? They got a Hebrew name, but they look like the neighbor next door. They have a Hebrew name, but look like the neighbor next door. All right? And when they throw a barbecue down the block, there's no difference in the food. Because the same thing them heathens putting on the grill, you buy it in your house. This is the separation that God is talking about. This is why this king here is cleaning out their vessels. There's things up in there that never was supposed to go in the temple. The temple's holy. And they brought all this stuff up in there. Tamshi.
And he put down the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Yehuda had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Yehuda and in the places round about Jerusalem. Them also that burned incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon.
You see where they burn? You see, they burn incense to deities, to idols. They did not burn incense because they want the house to smell good or to take out another smell. Incense was only burned in worship of God. So an imitation of imitating gods, right? Everybody, oh, wait, this is my God here. They burn incense to their God, their deity, their idol. Even in the heathen world, they burnt incense to their idol. Today, you go to the incense area, you're going to see a lot of stuff on there that says, burn this for money. Incense is burnt for a purpose. People say they just get it and burn it. It's a sin. But when you burn that, man, you're praising devils. You're burning incense to devils because it ain't God you're burning to. Remember, Aaron's two sons, Nadab and Abihu. What did they do? Burn incense. Yeah. They made a strange fire. You know why it was strange? Because they wasn't supposed to do it. They was not the ones to be doing that, number one. Only their father Aaron did that particular job. So automatically that incense is out of bounds right now. That's why God says strange fire, because y'all ain't supposed to be doing this. You ain't supposed to be doing this. They didn't say what the purpose was. But you can't take what God said. God said serve him this way, worship him this way. You have to keep it that way. You can't go off into your own thing, because really your own thing is what you were taught. What you were taught unconsciously. I tell people, when we pray to the Most High God, your hands are supposed to be stretched. I still see people doing this. Yeah. This means something else. You're praying to somebody else. Any other position you take with your arms when you're praying, you're not praying to the Most High. You know how long I tell people that? I'll say it, and then when it's time for people to pray, I watch and see who's been listening or pay attention. And see the same thing. Snap out of it. We got to snap out of it. We are so stubborn against everything God and righteousness presents. It's ridiculous. Everything, every little thing. That spirit got you turning against everything, and you don't know it. Stretch out your hands, man. Fully stretch them out. Because if you're swimming, you're not going to swim like this and you're going to drown. Solomon said, like a man with his arms fully stretched out. That's how you swim. So they go up like this. Any other, if you do this, this means, did you do this, you do this. All right? Let's break that stubborn spirit. Little things like that is what show how stubborn your spirit is. Tamshi.
Them also that burned incense to Baal, to the sun and to the moon.
See, once you burn an incense, once you worship an idol, now right after the idol represents the sun. Right. Let me tell you how it goes. That idol, whatever idol it is, picture, deity, statue, bust, whatever it is, logo, symbol, whatever it is, it represents first the sun. It's going to bring you right back to old Egypt worship of the sun, which was the first religion, the first way of man against God on the planet, sun worship. And they started to make men representations of the sun, like Nimrod. Like today, Jake on the cross. Okay? These are forms of mythological men who are made in the semblance now as the sun god. Y'all heard that Greek story? It was Icarus. He flew so high. He flew so high. He wound up going into the sun and he gets reincarnated. All of that stuff is the same in the New Testament, Nimrod, Greek mythology, Egypt, all of it is linked. So sun worship. And then after the sun worship, don't stop there.
No.
You got to worship the moon too. You got to give the moon its glory. And then after that, what did it say? And to the planets. And to the planets. They named all these planets after their deities. They named the planets after Bill's family. All right? Yeah. That same guy, Baal, Bill, all those deities have a family. Yeah, see how everybody looked at me. Yeah, how can a God have a family? There's only one God. There's no existence or room for no other God. There's only one God. And there's only one way a God is. The Most High is eternal. There is no beginning. There's no time point. There's no time on him. There's no point of, you understand what I'm saying? Or an ending of it. We can leave that one alone. Now that you got the idea of what God really is, how can he be born? How can he be killed? How can a God die? God don't die. Okay? He wasn't birthed from a woman. All these idols were birthed from a woman. They had a lot of them were adulterous, murderous lives. They lived abominations, and then they died. And then people worshiped them, erect them in statues. And we follow their ways, and we celebrate their holidays. Got you. Yeah. We want to turn the Shabbat into an all-out barbecue. Yeah. We want to turn it into a cookout, a fish fry. That's the problem. We got to keep things the way God have it, the way we've been doing it.
Facts.
And to all the hosts of heaven.
To all of that other. You got the sun, the moon, the planets, and the host of heaven. You know what the host of heaven is? Stars. There's a bunch of activity up there. A lot of times you look up there, you see activity up there. All of that, they burnt incense to. In the temple.
Yeah.
Come she.
And he brought out the ash from the house of Israel outside Jerusalem to Kidron and burned it at the Wadi Kidron and beat it into dust.
That's the grove.
Yeah.
Took the grove. There was a big grove that was in there, and he took that grove out and took it by the brook. There's a small river called a brook, and he burned it, set it on fire, and burnt it, and stamped it to small powder, and cast the powder thereof upon the graves of the children of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is y'all connected yourself with this, man. This remind me of when Moses took the calf, broke it down, put it straight into powder, put it in water, and made them all drink it. It's like taking your own filth and pushing it right back in your face. That's what this is. You started this. Come see.
And he pulled down the houses of the male prostitutes that were by the house
Wait.
of Israel.
Read that again.
He pulled down the houses of the male
prostitutes. It got that bad. Sound familiar like today now?
Yeah.
It's the beginning of it. Touched Israel too.
Yeah. That's right.
Right? You got to stay on top of these things. You got new people coming in, new generations of people coming in with their new ideas. It's called Neo-Babylon ideas. You know what Neo means? New. Modern paganism. Mm-hmm. They take everything that they did in Babylon and modernize it like they did Christianity. Christianity, it was fire at first. Now it's water. Neo-Babylon. New pagan religion. Takes the old pagan religions and upgrades them and modernize them. Tom Sheep.
That went by the house of Israel, where the woman wove coverings from the ash.
See, the woman wove coverings for the look. They decked those idols out, man. My father told me, man, for the country where he from in Panama, because all those Latin countries are Catholics. They're Catholic Christians, Roman Catholic Christians, the top order of Christianity, the top order of what comes out of the New Testament. All other denominations of Christianity come from Catholic Christians, Roman Catholic Christians. That therefore said, he said they had an idol, big tall idol, and that idol had a robe on, a purple robe on. The people decked it out, silver and gold. Deck means to decorate. Decorate comes from the word deck. Said deck, like they say, deck the halls. You know what they mean by that? Decorate the halls, because that's their time. He said, man, they take it and they deck it with silver and gold. He said, don't desire the gold that is on them. He said, man, look at that. You know what? You know what he mean by that? When you got people that nobody looking, you take that chain off because you desire it. Mm-hmm. It ain't just, oh, I'm looking at it and this look nice. You got some people that will go there and take it off. Yeah, people. He said there were people there guarding the idol because on the platform the idol is being carried on because it can't carry itself. Yeah. People are throwing money up there, jewelry, their life savings, bonds, ownership of restaurants, deeds. All that is valuable and it's throwing it up there. And there's some guys right there to make sure nobody put their hand in there and snatch that out. See, idolatry is about getting your money. Okay? That's what it is about. Because none of it is real. Baal does not exist. Ashtoreth does not exist. The cross on that does not exist. It does not exist. It never did. It was made up by wicked men who wants to rule the world by blocking out the righteousness of God. That was the whole idea of taking out the Hebrews, of taking out the Israelites. Hellenism. You look up the word Hellenism. It's you know what the whole idea of Hellenism? Not to turn the whole world. It was to turn the Hebrews. Hellenism. The meaning for Hellenism is a converted Jew. Meaning this guy was a Jew and they converted him to a heathen. That's what Hellenism means. Hellenism came about in the time of the Maccabees, in the Apocrypha, that a lot of people like to down. Okay? In the time of the Maccabees is when the Greco-Roman period started to come in, and they started to run things. And that's when they came in and built what is called a gymnasium. The first gymnasium came out of Greek temples in honor to Zeus. That's their chief. They got a bunch of gods. They got a father god, then they got a mother god, and they got an auntie god, and they got a little cousin god. They even got a little dog god, little parrot god, little fish god. They got a god for everything, long as they don't serve the true and living God. That is their inheritance. Sounds you.
And he brought all the priests out of the cities of Yehudah and defiled the high places where the priests had burned incense.
See, even the priests, it got everybody after a while. The priests, they start burning incense. to idols, tough sheep.
And pulled down the high places of the gates that were in the entrances of the gate of Yehoshua.
You know what the high places were? Altars. An altar could be as big or bigger than this building. It's something you got to go up. See, the thing paganism was, and idolatry was, the higher you go up, the higher you elevate yourself, the closer you are to the gods. That's the idea. That's why they make skyscrapers. That's why they make the Statue of Liberty. That's why they got that big, giant, like this over Brazil. Okay? That's the idea. You start off when you were a kid, you got action figures. And what you do? Hey, man, I'm going to get, you become a ventriloquist. Yeah. You start talking, just hey, no. That kid has become a ventriloquist because he's playing with idols and he's animating, trying to animate something that doesn't exist, doesn't have no life in it. So you're portraying life in it. So when religion comes, when they go to the church, these things is nothing to them. It's an orientation from young. That's what my father used to say, man, no toys, man. When do they give out toys? What's the number one day toys is being given out?
Xmas.
Xmas Day, the Christmas Day, right? And what else? For the Israelites, it's Hanukkah. See? So they got their version of what? Christmas. We're not supposed to have a version of Christmas. We don't have a day where we give gifts to each other. I want to give you a gift. I don't have to wait for a certain day. Hey, brother, I bought you something, man, here. And it's not wrapped up in a ribbon. That ribbon means something. Okay? I'm still studying on that. I found a lot of stuff, but it's a lot. And I want to make sure everything is correct before I present it. But that red ribbon, notice every time it's red. Okay? Buy my car. What's on it? A red ribbon. Buy you a present. What's on it? A red ribbon. I buy you a watch, a little box. What's on it? A red ribbon. To be continued. I'm just giving y'all a little bit. There's a lot of stuff to go with that red ribbon. And I remember Bahama used to say, yo, man, we don't give out no for Purim. Israelites used to give out gifts. Bahama said, nah, man, we ain't doing that. We're going to cook a lot of food. We're going to drink a lot of liquor and wine. Okay? And whoever come eat, it's a party. That's it. Anything else you did besides what they did is a ritual. And it's ungodly and unholy. And it becomes a day of worship of another God. That's how easy it is. That's how easy it is, man. When you make a stand and you make statements, people know, oh, well, you know what? I'm not inviting. We're not going to invite Shama. He's always down in the birthdays. But then you got some people, they don't look at it that way. They say, hey, man, they ain't going to say a birthday party. Say, yo, man, we having a get together. Oh, well, we're going to be over here. And I noticed that. Then when we pull up, say, okay, man, we're going to pull up, see my man over there. But man, it's a birthday party. About face. We don't even get out the car. When they rent the place, the place that's rented is a church. The next day is Sunday. That's the church on Sunday. Oh, that's a Masonic lodge. I'm not doing, no, we're not doing that. I'd rather stay in my house. Like Mama taught me. Certain places I'm not entering. It ain't just churches, man. Anywhere where any deity or any god or any pagan worship is being celebrated or called upon, I'm not going to be there. You ain't got to do a eulogy for me when I die. Same thing with my album. Put me down as quick as possible. Don't let the Jewish people wash me. They got a ritual washing that the body does not need. God don't care about that. We take our dead, we dress them, we put them down, we cry for them, and then we remember them, keep them here. There's nothing to remember here. Way I keep this to remember. You are worshiping an idol. That ain't that. all these pagan customs started in Egypt and Babylon, man. Tell you.
Which was on the man's left hand at the gate of the city.
Right.
Nevertheless, the priests of the high places did not come up to the altar of El Israel in Yerushalayim, but they did eat of the unleavened bread amongst their brethren.
Let me tell you what an idol is. An idol it can be a hobby. You hear that? A hobby. Church, ministry, job, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, brother, sister, family member, parent, child, thing, artifact. Idol covers all of that. But when you give greater substance to any of these things over to the Most High, it's your idol. Once you broke this commandment for this, that's your idol. Okay? Any person, hold on. Any person or thing that consumes your thoughts. Hear what this man, listen when he break down them definitions, man. Because this goes right along with what he's saying. Any person or thing that consumes your thoughts. Meaning, this is what's on your mind all the time. Okay? Your words come out, this is what you represent. Your time. You know what that means. Yo, you got to make time to do this, man. You got to make time to study. Okay? Energy. Y'all like talking about energy, right? Right? Well, your energy. Okay? Money. Your money. That's the biggest thing. Like I told y'all. They take your money and have you bound down and believing in something that does not exist. It's a story. It's a myth. Okay? How can we be holy and we still serve the same God the whole world serves? What are we holy from? Common sense, y'all. Think. Think. Drop that cross. A lot of you Israelites out there need to drop it. Okay? What else I got? Yeah. He said, time sheet. Oh, okay, I got it. Hold on. Now you got, in every religion, you got 3 idols. Everybody got a trinity. Everybody, every religion, every walk has that, except here, one God. Nobody else. I want to speak to God. I can speak to him right now in my heart. I don't need to go through nobody. And he either accepts my prayer and my words or he rejects it. And I don't need no statue. I don't need a phone to call him. Because he sees everything that goes on here. We're linked to him. Like cell phones to a tower. He sees everything that's going on with us. He knows what I'm going to think before I think it. These 3 idols makes up what is called a triad. Back then it's called a triad. A tri means 3. Okay? And this is why the triangle was used so much in Egypt. In each angle, each point, and each side. You got 3 sides, 3 points, 3 angles. Each one represents a deity. And this is where they get the 3 in 1 from. This is where they get the Trinity today from. Today's Trinity is the Christian Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's the modern triad. Okay? I'm going to show you where it all came from. It's in Judaism. Judaism is a religion. Israelites need to stop messing with Judaism. It's a religion, just like Christianity. Now, in Judaism, you got 3 of them. Okay? You got 3 idols that represent one God. In Christianity, I just told y'all what that was. And you got those, and you got Hinduism. I'm not saying all these names because these are names of idol gods that God don't want me to mention. He said, not mention the names of these idols. Right? He said, and you got an elephant head, a woman's body, lion claws. You know what that is, right? Sphinx or falcon wings. That's from Egypt. And you got the one from Persia. Now you know those cars, Mazda, Mazda. That's the name of one of these Persian. All right, they name drinks after idols and deities. They name cars after idols and deities, not just the planets and the days and the months. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to, when you study, you're going to forever be studying to find out, oh, wow, now, this is where this comes from. And you'll see the connection and know what to stay away from. Okay? Yeah, everybody had a triad, all right? Today is one triad, which is called the Trinity today. The first one was Nimrod, Semiramis, all right? Nimrod and Semiramis. And he wound up having sex with his mother. That's the story. Okay? And they had a son. It's always the same type of, it's always the same story from back then to now. It's the same thing, man. It's just modernized. And what make it look good is that everybody's doing it and everybody has fun. So it makes it look like, hey, man, this must be real. And then it's taking your money, it's taking everything. All that work, all that hustle, or whatever you do, when that time comes, you're going to give it up to the idol. You're going to give it up to the idol.
And he defiled Tophet, which is in the valley of Ben Hin, that no man might take his son or his daughter to pass through the fire.
Okay, now back that valley, at the bottom of that valley, was a big statue, fire god. And they had big hands. They made it have big hands, and those hands were cauldrons. They had bull, which is called Molech, because they also the bull came from astrology, Taurus the bull. That's the same bull. And they would take their children. That bull, that statue, the chest part is an oven, but they don't bake nothing in there. This is where they open it up and they put the kids in there. They put their children in there. He said there's a part of the law where God commanded them. He said, thou shalt not give up thy seed, your daughters and your sons, to Molech. And the only way to do that was to kill them in the fire, alive. They go in there alive. They had, if you guys said, don't follow these people, man. These Canaanites be doing that. I don't want you following them. Guess what? They followed them and they did it. They followed them and burnt their own children. So God said, I don't want you to do it. They did it. And they said they was right. They said they was right. And they still called on God's name through their deity. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? They called and now they called. At first it was them and God. Now that they following the people and messing with idols, they hook the idol up to God, to the true and living God. This is what's happening. No Israelite is supposed to be in that New Testament. That's the number one thing you drop when you convert to become a Hebrew. Am I right or wrong? You got to denounce that. And you got to show your fervor in denouncing it. The last thing you're going to get of that is out of here. But if it's not around your surroundings, it's easy to get it out. You want it out, it's going to go too. A lot of people have come into this way of life, the way of life. This is the way of life. There's only one. There's only one God. There's only one walk of life. The way of life. With the hang up. Abraham didn't come and become a Hebrew and convert and change and still have Babylonian gods that he was taught by his father to serve. He left that stuff alone. He left, all right, you don't have the idol with you. Some do. Some do. Me and my Abba caught a coloring book. A Jake coloring book. In a camp we was in one time. That coloring book wasn't supposed to be there. That was for kids. So, I mean, a parent bought that. Kids don't go and buy their own coloring books. Parents bought it. Mm-hmm. That's why it was so much flack when the law came out. That's why. He said, see, son, this is why. And it reminded me of in the time of the Maccabees, you had certain Israelites that had the idols of the Yamanites, or whatever they was, hidden. I got the idol in me, but you don't know. He got it. And those were the ones that got killed. Only the ones that had the idols. So he said, yo, man, come get your brothers up, bury them. When they picked them up by their coats, by their robes, anytime you read coat is a heavy robe. That's it. You picked them up, it said the idols fell out of their pockets. They had pockets at a certain time in history. You started having pockets. He said, man, it fell out. And Judas Maccabees, he said, yo, this is why they all died. Look, everybody that died, idols jumped out of him. This is why he died, man. They were close to God to a point where you think a certain thing wrong, man, and he hits you up, man. So we're trying to get close to God. I know, right? That's the goal, right? So it's best to start dropping off stuff and stop hanging on. Drop off stuff. Look, born Israelite, we had to drop off stuff because the way we came up as Israel, we didn't come up with Moses and Aaron. God didn't come talk to nobody directly. We got it. We got the law here, but then we got heathens trying to figure the law out. That's what it was at the beginning. Until you had scholars and dedicated men that really want to serve God.
That's right.
Really want to serve God. That's when God showed you. He said, yo, man, he's showing me that he really want to. If I show him, he's going to do it. That's how God works. If I show him, he's going to do it because he's showing me he got this wrong. He got this thing wrong. You can't wash no chair after it's unclean. But we was washing the chairs, figuring, hey, look, man, because, hey, this is what we was getting. After time passed, he said, and it came to pass. The chief said, yo, man, that's the unclean according to what it's saying here. He didn't see that before. But put in work, dedication, years, decades. Boom, God revealed it to you. Abraham, after the first time God appeared to him, God didn't appear to him all the time.
That's right.
God didn't appear to Abraham all the time. Never, still his friend.
That's right.
So I can have a friend that don't see a friend every day. I don't have to call you every day. You don't have to call me every day.
That's
But
right.
guess what? When it go down, I'm coming out for you.
That's right.
And when it go down, you coming out for me.
That's right.
And I know you as a friend, right? I ain't gonna go against you, and you ain't gonna go against me. So he didn't have to pop up, yo, what's up? You did what I told. Leave him alone, let him live life. But what he know now.
That's right.
Everything you know that's lawful and correct, that you know is lawful and correct, do it. Don't wait for nobody to have to put fire up under you. God wants you to put your own fire up under yourself and do it. He said, he said, be circumspect. With who? With yourself. With myself. This thing teaches humility. This thing teaches me to be truthful with myself. Be truthful with myself. And that I can admit, it's not a problem now I can admit that I violated. Yo, you know what? You're right, man. I was wrong. I stand corrected, yeah. And then you don't see me say or do it again. That's how you know I'm corrected. When the violations stop. Okay? That's how it goes. If the violation don't stop, God gonna say, man, you need to improve. Like Cain. You need to do better. Look, you have people say, yo, man, I ain't gotta explain nothing to you, man. You know what you gotta do. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You hear people say that, right? Mm-hmm. Look, that's what God did. He said, man, do better. And then I'll give you a play. I'll come talk to you like I talk to your brother. I'll do it because it was things going down that Cain wasn't getting. He wasn't getting the attention of God by God accepting his offering. God didn't want to accept it because he didn't want to pay no attention to it. He didn't pay attention to it because this guy wasn't correct. Nothing personal. He's correct before me. You got to be correct before me. You got to be correct before me. That's how God said, man, this thing is for all of y'all. that know. That's why I say do what you know.
That's right.
Start pushing yourself. You gotta break that spirit. Your spirit don't want to do God's law. Naturally. You know that, right? That's the problem. But we're all born with that. But we have the tools. We have the tools to get that out and switch that. Listen to this. Teraphims. Teraphims are small figurines, like the little toys, action figure toys. Look like what, right? He said it's dismissed by modern etymologists. He said, but in many English translations of the Bible, it is translated as idols or household gods. Okay? Household gods is where all idols started from. All idols started in the house with your family. Back then, the deities that you would follow is the people who died in your family. Okay? Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, great-aunt, this one. All the OGs, right? They died. And you, what they call a funeral. They have, the procession is part of the funeral. A procession is when the dead body is being marched around. Back then, they would march the body itself. It wasn't in the coffin yet. The rest where the coffin at? In the place in the house, what they call the living room. After they process and parade that dead body around, okay? The body comes back home to where the family at, where he lived at, right? And they don't bury him. It's a shrine. You see, when you go to a funeral and you got the coffin sitting there, that's how it was in the living room. And they called it the living room because they said the dead will live on in this room. And that's why in the living room you have most of the people that's dead, you hang them up in your living room. Like a museum on display. Okay? Then at that moment in time, you have made that dead family member your God, your household God. Okay? And then you have a son. You teach him the same way. Now, when you die, he's going to do the same thing to you. Now, in time, this practice became loose. People took it, or you died, they did it, and then it's not a religion now. This is just something everybody in the world does. You don't have to be dead or alive. Pictures go up on the wall, right or wrong. Right or wrong. That's right. Pictures. Right. So why everybody has to have pictures? Listen, female came in the house, she looked around and said, "What's up, nigga? You don't got no pictures up, no nothing." I said, "No. The only thing up is this. This is what I'm required to put up." Okay? I have to put nothing up. My walls are bare. I represent anything, it's like what my Abba do. Writings, commandments of God, everything that incline towards God. And I'll put that up. You ain't gonna see nobody's face. You're not gonna see Bob Marley. Okay? You can have the tablets, 2 tablets of stone with the law written on it, because that's what you represent. Okay? But it's very minimal what you can. Be careful with that. I suggest for right now, especially in beginners, strip everything bare. No idols, no images, no nothing. No logo, no nothing. A lot of these things, man, the Starbucks. Everybody knows Starbucks, right? That thing looked like a woman, right? It's made to look like a woman, but that's really the representation of the moon god. Okay? And there's hidden symbols in that thing. A lot of these symbols. No. CBS, Channel 2. What's their symbol?
Yeah, the rainbow.
Huh? No, CBS, Channel 2. The eye. That's the eye.
Right. That's the eye of Horus.
That's the eye of Horus. That's the same eye in the dollar bill on top of the pyramid. Yo, man, listen. They got this thing set up. Wickedness is set up. And that's why it's the way it is. Yep. Well, you mess with it, and I mess with it by proxy, not knowing. And then when you find out and tell you guys, it's hard to believe. You know why? Because you're used to it. Everybody does it. You've been doing this all your life. That's why the Most High gave Abraham his props. He dropped it. No, oh man, I'm weaning off. Don't wean off. Cold turkey. As he heard it, drop. He said, yo, now circumcision will be established in you. He wasn't 8 days old, but this is the time. He said, okay. He went, got did his son, did everybody in the house that was born in his house or bought in his house. All the men that lived in his house, circumcised. He didn't wait. Now, this today,
lingo.
We don't have that that skill, that know-how. We got to go to the hospitals. They give you a hard runaround, yes, but you have to stay on top of them so they can see how serious it is to you. Okay? Because I had to do that with one of my sons. The woman that used to do it in Israel was retired, and I didn't hear a good report of the one who took over. I didn't hear a good report. So I took my son to a Jewish hospital, and they took a while, took a couple of months. But it would have took longer if I didn't stay on top of them. So I'm just letting y'all guys know, you're going to run into some, they're going to tell you this, that, and the other. Stay on top of them to get that done, because it must be done. All males must be circumcised. Most of this world do not do that.
Yeah.
These are points with God. And when you circumcise you and your son, you give your spirit a chance, a little breathing room to do righteousness. That's what go on. That's what go on when you circumcise yourself. Boom, okay. Now is he going to say, look. This is like initiation. He got the mark. He got the mark of someone who followed God. I'm not going to say hygienic reasons, because before God said this with Abraham, what about Enoch? Mahalalel, all them men, they served God, but they weren't circumcised. Wasn't time yet. And they were accepted. See, God is the creator of all things. And he knew what he was about to do with Abraham. I'm making you look. It was always one man in a generation, and he died, and his son took a woman. That's why we got Enoch, Canaan, Seth, the genealogy. And every man was who he was in his generation, because he said Noah was perfect in his generation, right or wrong. Right. He was the godly man of his time. Yo, you can be the godly man of your time, but it takes a hell of a process. You gotta break yourself. I seen one man do it against his say he get mad. Look, you think he get mad at everybody? He get mad at himself to keep himself from violating. Use your anger for righteousness. You can do that. You won't catch stress. You won't bust nothing. He said he was zealous for the laws of God. Fast, you get reward for that. God remember stuff like that. He said, yeah, man, but yo, over here, I felt his zeal for me. I felt it. I think a zeal is something you feel. He said, man, you give me goosebumps. Zeal. God felt it. He said, yo, pretty ass, he got my covenant of peace. He go, yo, that peace is beyond the grave. I said, that peace is beyond the grave. When he died, it's going to be peaceful where he go. That's why the heathens say rest in peace. Yeah. But they do that with everybody. Mm-hmm. They do that with everybody. Only the righteous will rest in their lots in peace. Like it's said in the Psalms and the Proverbs by godly men. There is a place to go where you will get rest. Did not the man say, why you disquieted me? Why you disturb me? I looked up the word in the Hebrew. It means disturbed. It means to be annoyed. You know what annoyed means? You trying to get some rest, and I keep doing this. You say, yo, man, I'm trying to. Oh, my bad. No, people have nerve problems. Kids, even grown-ups. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I shake my leg. Ooh, catch myself shaking my leg. Sometimes people shake their legs so hard you think somebody's walking. These people didn't have these problems, man. They were focused, their body, their biological function, everything was correct because they were correct with God.
That's right.
Once your spirit is correct with God, your body is straight. Your body could do amazing things now. It could take 3 different diseases at one time and throw them off because you serve God. Because you serve God. You can have a baby in your old age because you serve God. Like Abraham and Sarah, they were old, stricken, meaning they wasn't walking like, they wasn't walking like that. You can tell, oh man, help them out. They hurt somewhere over the years. They're getting worn.
They only can model. They only can. She's 50-something. She's pregnant.
Look at that.
Yeah.
She my age.
And people say when you're pregnant in your old age, it's not good for the baby because the baby come out with Down syndrome.
That's because you're wicked. When that happens, you know why? Because people seeing this is commonly happening now to people.
Stop.
Those people don't serve God.
Stop.
That's not Abraham and Sarah. So they go by that and say, yeah, but you get a certain age. Hurry up and have kids. You get a certain age. You know why? Because you're wicked. That's why. The clock is ticking. My biological clock. And thank you, Emma. My biological clock is ticking. The woman couldn't have nothing going on here. And she went to God. Okay? Isaac said he entreated for his wife, Rebecca, to have.
That's right.
He asked God to let his wife have kids.
53 years
She
old.
couldn't have kids.
Yeah.
She couldn't have kids. And you know how long they was together before they started having kids? They don't be young having children now. Today, young people are having children now.
That's right.
Today, you got young grandmas and grandpas. They ain't sitting on a rocking chair. They in the club.
Yeah.
Most grandparents now don't have that persona of, hey, let me go upstairs and check grandma. Let me go check grandma. Everybody in the grandpa in the room by itself, grandma in the room by itself. That's where you want to be. You want to sit up under one of them, get some time in with them. They can drop stuff on you. Tell you about yourself. Tell you how to move and not to move. Tell you how to be and not to be. You only going to get some things personally from them. You won't get from nobody else. That's your parents' parents.
That's right.
You got to give it up. That's part of honoring your father and your mother. You think I'm going to like my son disrespecting my father? If I don't disrespect my father, what is my son doing it? What is my wife doing it? What is my... Y'all out of your mind? Look, you see what we talking about here? Household gods and family gods? Mm-hmm. I'm going to give you one thing. They respected that.
Can I say something?
Yes.
My grandson, he's 22 years old.
Yes.
His friend, when he comes here, when my grandson is here, yesterday,
I was a
that
witness.
young man came here.
Your grandson's friend.
Oh, he's not here.
Wow.
He's down south with his mother. He said, hey, Emma, I know that.
But,
came to see
but he still can't acknowledge you.
That
Because
felt so good.
He in your building, he on your block. That's what I remember. I always used to say, man, you on the block, you in my house. How you gonna come to the block and don't check me? That's whatever you come, holler, and then go do what you gotta do, go about your business. Because that puts a precedence on honor.
Yeah.
So when it comes to God, you're gonna put precedence on honoring what God wants you to honor first before you. These things you got, these things you learn when you accepts the man say. You start to learn. And then you see it when you have your own. So I tell you, I said, look, you be all right. He gonna have a kid, it's gonna teach him a lesson. The Most High makes sure you get it. You get double what you give. If you gave your parents good, you're gonna get double good. You gave them bad, you're gonna get double bad.
That's right.
And guess who gives it to you?
That's right.
Your own kids.
God allows it. That's right.
Turn them on you. And guess what? You're really a bad guy. He said certain parts, he said, man, and I do this to you, and you won't receive the correction. He said, I do this more time. He said, yo, man, listen, man. He said, now deep down in the prophecy, he said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn your daughter-in-laws against you. I'm gonna turn your daughter-in-laws against you. Family gonna break up. Everybody serve God in the family, and they still break up. How would I'm the man, you the woman, we say we serve God, we ain't supposed to get no divorce. Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. Ain't no man gave it to him. David, look, if anybody was going to give a divorce, I could name a couple of people right now. David. Man, I don't want her yet. Because remember, her father told her go with Paltiel, and she's still with him. Her father dead, and she's still with that dude. Send this out. No. He said, yo, man, go get her. Y'all want peace? Y'all want us to be good with each other? Go get my wife. Go get my wife that I paid 100 foreskins for.
Facts.
And guess what? He gave his father 200. But his father only required 100. See the honesty in him. So he's not going to be, he's going to go say, yeah, he wanted 100 and I give him 2. They're not like that. He stuck to what he was supposed to do. That's it. See our mindset? Our mindset got to get there. And we'll be able to understand yourself better. When I read that last night, I said, wow, look at that. He paid. The man said, give me 100. He gave him 200. Do you know what that tell me? It didn't impress Saul that he gave him 200. It impressed us that ready. And David probably thought he was doing something. But really and all, no more, no less on the command. No more, no less on the order. You know what that means? Just stick to the order. If the man say 5, stay on 5.
That's it.
Okay? He said the 7th day is the Shabbat, is the Sabbath of the Lord. Stay on the 7th day. Everybody got a Sabbath now. You got a black Sabbath. You got a white Sabbath. You got a Sabbath on Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Everybody got a Sabbath now. Don't you see it? Everybody has their version. Except what God said, look, this is it here, no other. Oh no, well, we're gonna do it like this and carry it over here. And we like to follow the people who think like that. Okay? That's what all that coming from the household gods. And this thing became common all over the place. In Babylon and in Egypt. And then it spread. From the time of the languages of Babel, everybody left with their own language and their own frame of mind of living away against God. Since I can't get up there and see what the hell's going on and correct that stuff and make sure we don't get flooded up no more. You can imagine what all these human beings was thinking and purposely intent to go up there and do what you was going up there to do. What you thought up there to do. And the thing is, God said, they will succeed. If I don't stop them, they're going to get up here. You know, a lot of Israelites don't believe that. How you going to be able to follow God and you don't believe what God said happened? God told you this is what happened. God said, I called Moses and told him that. He said he's giving it to you. Everything that Moses wrote, God told him to write. When he was up in that mountain, God was putting him down on the Genesis, everything. And every word for word, just like a stenographer. Just like a stenographer. And he wrote those first 5 books, which is called the Torah. And that is the source. That's all based. We don't need nothing else. The history will show you to what happened to a people who followed it and who didn't follow it. That's all the history shows you, man. Okay? Because I see a lot of people follow the history. One guy said, well, look, David had statues, he had images and stuff. I said, look, listen, man, let me tell you something, man. You read a couple of chapters earlier, and it'll tell you that Saul wanted David to sin before God so he could fall because he perceived that God was with him. He said, man, God is with this dude. So listen now. He said, yeah, I said so. So now he said, I'm going to send him out the war. Hopefully that he died by the hand of the Amorites. He didn't die. He's trying to set him up. He said, well, damn, he perceived I can't get him physically. Gotta get him to dirty his hands. Well, wait a minute. My daughter likes him. Let's see, he like my daughter. They get all blushy when they get around each other. But she's a troublemaker. The way she is, she gonna get him in trouble because you are responsible for your wife's actions.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever she do, God gonna come to you. Like he came to Eve. He didn't come to Eve first, he came to Adam. He came to Adam. All right? And because he went like, once you do this now, yeah, you're gonna make me look at that person. But he came to Adam. Where's the man in the house? I used to hear that back in the days. Now you hear lady in the house. The only time you heard lady in the house because the husband died and left a widow. But now, women are running the households because the men are not doing nothing. The Israelite men and the heathen men. They're animals, dogs, degenerates. And you want everything. You don't want to give up nothing. What you say? He said, man, even guys don't want to pay up. They say, yo, how much is that, man? Oh, this is $2. $2? Do you know? And I read it too. I'm trying to remember when I read it. I think it's in the Apocrypha. Where it says it's not good to try to haggle with a merchant. You got to make him change his price. I said, oh, it's the Apocrypha.
Ecclesiastes.
Yeah. I said, oh, wow, man. Everything I was bumping into last night had to do with me. It wasn't something unclean or you know what I'm saying? It had to do with, I got to start looking and treating things different and situations different in order for my spirit to open up more to these commandments and his ways. Those sayings that's in that book come from godly men who did the commandments, and that's our counsel. You don't need a marriage counsel. If the man is doing what God say, and the woman is doing what God say, we didn't have marriage counselors. We didn't have guidance counselors. We didn't need schools with a principal. And everybody's kids from all, this Muslim go here, this one come here, that one, you got 2 Israelites, you got 2 Chinese, you got this, and put them all together, you creating mayhem. And they're going to learn naughtiness from each other. The ones that's correct going to get tainted. And if they don't get tainted, they're going to fight every day because they're different, because they're weird, because you got long hair, you got this. Everybody else cut it, but you don't. Bow. Oh, look what you got on. What's those strings happening off you? Why? You? Ooh, Alibaba. I remember one time somebody called me Alibaba. And I literally took it. I said, you want to call me Alibaba? Come here. Took it off. And I choked them out with it. I don't play that. You ain't making fun of me. Because I'm better than you. I serve God. You don't serve nobody. You serve your wicked self. You're a clown. I'm not a clown looking like this. Trust me. You're a clown. General View says I'm a clown. What's General View going to do for me when I die? When I die, what is people's view of how I look or how I live do for me? What do you think I care? And that's how you have to have that. You can't be ashamed. A lot of people are ashamed. You cannot be ashamed. Say, be not ashamed of the Most High God, His laws, and His commandments. So somebody's making fun, and you have people that talk slick, try to downplay. Don't let them do that. Don't let them shoot God down. Don't let nobody do that. Yeah, you get points like that, man. That's his name. Man, look what they do. They think about my name. It's because he thought of me. He thought of me. My name. Time sheet.
11. And he took away the horses that the kings of Yehuda had given to the son.
The horses. You see what they was doing? They had horses. They had horses, stables.
Right.
Read that part again.
And he took away the horses that the kings of Yehuda had given to the son.
That the horses that the kings of Yehuda, the kings of Judah, that was wicked before God, right? They did not. I'm only quoting what it says in the book. He said he did wickedly before God and did not follow the footsteps of David, his father. Okay, I can only quote what they said, right? I'm not adding on because they are the examples of what to be and what not to be.
Right.
Okay, so a lot of those kings had all of this stuff going on in the temple.
Yeah.
And beside the idols, they had a stable. You know what a stable is?
Right.
Horses. I got a stable of horses. Now you see where ranches come from.
Yeah.
Rich people all have ranches, especially down south in the country. They didn't have that. They said, the king, you only have one horse. You know why? You know why? Because every other heathen king collects horses, and when they're in their stable, that is worship to the sun god. It said what? They have given up the horses to the sun, right?
Yes.
Read that part again.
And he took away the horses that the kings of Yehuda had given to the son, to the chamber of Nitan Melech, the chamberlain which was in the suburbs, denying them entrance to the house of Israel.
That stable with the horses, when they built that, it stopped people, because people was like, yo, I'm still coming here to serve God, man. That blocked them from coming in. They put up blockers all in the temple now, in the area, stopping you. He said, I heard people tell people, you ain't going to Shabbat no more. Yeah, man. Listen, misery love company, man. Don't forget that. Because I'm not happy, I don't want you happy. I'm not serving God. You ain't going to serve God either, especially if I'm in command. A couple of times the prophet said, thus said the Lord. What happened? They got killed by the king.
Yes, sir.
They got killed by the king. Now it's like, oh, shit, I got to keep my mouth shut, man. Wow. I got to serve God on the low now. Because if I get caught serving God, they're going to kill me.
Yeah.
The lowly people, they have to hide and serve God. Time sheet.
And burn the chariots of the sun with fire.
The chariots of the sun, meaning these things were dedicated to the sun. You know what dedicated means? When you take something and set it apart for a purpose, thing, or a value.
Right.
Like what we do for the Most High God. This day is set apart for God. Okay? Certain garments and robes and turbans I wear is only on Shabbat, on God's holy feast days. The days of it. So these robes is holy. That's it. They serve one purpose for God. You're holy. You can make your house holy, like Muhammad said. You separate the utensils. Buy different colors, spoons, forks, or cups or plates for the men, and you have a different pattern or color for the woman. And the men use the men's stuff, the woman use the woman's stuff. Got a woman blender, got a man blender. Woman toaster, man toaster. Items are to be gendered also. Yeah. Not the sink, everything gets washed in the sink. Not talk about that. Because you don't put water in the sink and drink it. You put water in your cup and drink it. This is just for people who like to ask crazy questions. All right? Yeah. As we go on further down into generations and time of these people's lives on the planet, the questions will become more ignorant. I used to get mad, but I'd be like, yo, you know what? He really honestly being genuine asking this question. I thought he was being a smart ass. But wow, that people's level of common sense, it's really not there no more. Okay. I tell people, I said, well, look. I said, well, what were you thinking? If this happens one way, there's only one way this could happen, what were you thinking? I said, I don't know. That's people today. I didn't grow up in a generation like that. My generation, we didn't grow up in a generation like that. We didn't think things and say, oh man, I don't know. You see, I had a bad, an evil, or good intent. Some shit.
And the altars that were on the top of the upper chamber of Ahaz, which the kings of Yehuda had made.
Ahaz, King Ahaz. Before him, King Ahaz, he did not do right before God. He went to another country. He went to Assyria and saw an altar there. And he took the blueprint of that altar, went back to Israel, took God's altar, pushed it to the side, and let it collect dust. And then termites go up in there. And now he take that and made it, and he served another god in the temple. See, all these things. One king came and set up, then another king came, kept that same setup, added on. So by the time Josiah came, everybody sodomites, prostitutes, male prostitutes. Bill is up in here. Pork is on. He's got unclean. Yeah. If you don't keep right with God, you will be just like them and still pointing your finger at them. I seen it, man. And with that, I hope you got everything that was brought out of today, the rest of the day. Just remember, today is the Most High's day. Watch your words. Watch your behavior and control your emotions. This is not our day to get bent out of shape out of anything. Okay? That's how we remember. It's solemn, serious. All right? Shalom alaikum. This day went quick, so I feel like I was up there for 5 minutes.